afternoon, good evening, good night. That should cover all of us. And welcome, Jamie, for another week of fun, sing trouble, case with all the boyfriends and girlfriends in the world in one case.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great. And I really hope that Porcupine is going to go crazy.
She makes it worth it. Even if the testimony is boring with experts, she makes it worth it for me.
Thank you for noticing, John. Jamie didn't notice. Hey, reindeer. Good morning, Boomer. And Greedy Bloke is here. Hej, Vejnersaur. Dejligt at se dig igen.
I saw it this morning too, and I was like, let me remember. Your hair looks nice.
Thank you. And Pixie, if you're just here for 1 second, it's enough for me. Thank you so much for showing up. Good out. Hey, Salbert.
I'm so sleepy.
G'day, Fedorowski. Oh, you thought a lot about that one. Salutations. I like it.
Boy.
And we're not making cream pies. We were talking. Sometimes when you're with your special girl, you need to talk a little bit with her, communicate, as Mo and I talked about in the weekend.
Yeah.
But we're a bit early. Court isn't going. If some of you are new, please write it in the chat. I'll give a recap of this case, or else I thought we could think about, could look on another case we have been covering. It's Jamie's favorite case, the taco incident sleeves case. Hey, Mary Viviano.
Oh, yes.
You're new. Hey, Irish. Jackpot Springs is here. Yeah. We just have a study today in Danish papers, which will probably be squashed really hard because it says the best foundation for a good upbringing is a mom and dad. The second best foundation, if you are to be alone with one of your parents, is with your dad. So that will never see the light of day again. Yeah. You are the smartest Selbert I know. But I thought while we wait for the court to get going, we could look a bit at the Crowley Richards case. This is the case where the children's book author are accused of unaliving her husband, writing a children's book about her son's sorrow with their dad's passing. But according to the prosecution, sorry, my English no good this morning, they found a 6-page handwritten letter to her mother in her cell. In this letter, she is instructing the mother to talk to instructing to her to have her brother falsely testify to her late husband receiving drugs and pills from Mexico. So this, if they have this letter, it could be really bad.
Oh, wow.
In the letter, according to the prosecution, Eric told that he got pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from workers on the farm, is what she wants her brother to repeat to the police or understand. And she also added that they can revert the narrative however he needs to, but super short, not a lot to it. That's pretty damning if that's right, that she had this 6-page letter in her cell. And she said that the mother should tell him in person because she was afraid the house and phone was bugged. They also alleged at September 13 video conference, she held up a letter for her mother to read silently, which they believed was flushed or destroyed. In its motion, the state argues it's imperative that Curry has no contact with her mother or brother because of this letter, which constitutes witness tampering. You can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get this part, and maybe it's my English that's bad, or maybe this sentence doesn't make as much sense as it should be. Curry's attorneys have filed a motion alleging that the state violated its gag order by filing the letter, and that this information now taints the prospective jury pool and prevents Curry's right to a fair trial. I don't know how a legal finding violates a gag order.
Unless they weren't supposed to be filing evidence for the public, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but if it's a legal paper because they're gonna expand the case against her, and they're not allowed to do that, then of course it could be kept under seal. Or did they show the 6-page letter? That's the I don't really get the wording in this. Yeah, but that's kind of crazy if that's right. And I don't get if she showed a picture to her mother and then destroyed that one. Why did she keep a 6-page letter on her cell? It's to me it seems kind of weird, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Bucky says that's some kind of tank station, gas station or something, right?
Was it everything everybody talks about? Because
Is it something you can only have in a few states?
yeah, it's not here.
Okay, I don't know. I've
Not
seen
really
the people.
like what it's about. Like people just claim you have to go to Buc-ee's all the time when you go down south. So
Yep, I've seen the people on Geeks and Gamers. They go there a lot, and you can get some beaver outfits and stuff like that. I don't know. Good morning, Christine.
no either.
Danny T is here. Good morning. Oh, Carlene. Good morning. Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Why did I say it like that? Well,
See,
what?
Nothing.
Oh, damn work Irish, but you're welcome to lurk at me at any time. Good morning, genitals. Still the best name on the internet. And Nana is here. The nerd is here. Hey, Lefty.
Hi, Lefty.
Your wife was not impressed. Well, she's a Swede. So, yeah. And Quick Trip. I don't know what Quick Trip is.
I don't either.
Yeah, dressed up as a beaver. And is that a double furry costume? If you're dressed as a beaver?
I don't know.
I gotta go. I need one of those soundboards so I can play. Selbert has one. Why don't I have Selbert? Show me how I can find all these sound clips. Someone got a cold outside. Quick Trip is in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Never been any of these places.
Yeah, I've never been anywhere where they're like, you have to go to this gas station. So.
And go to a gas. I can remember when we got 7-Eleven in Denmark. That was a big thing because they had open late. And when I moved to Copenhagen, they were open 24 hours a day. Normally, where I came from back in the days, everything closed at 10, except where you can go and wet your beak. But everything else was closed at 10. So if you needed a liter of milk or a pack of cigarettes on a Wednesday night, you better get it before. Back then, it might, you can go to the gas station at 10, but if you had to go to a store, 8 was the latest.
Mm-hmm.
So that was big. And now I think most of the 7-Elevens are closed down again.
Oh yeah, they're like all shut down around here.
Yeah, because everyone gets everything online, and gas you just pay at the pump. Well, get Jamie a Bucky's jersey or T-shirt so she can wear it on stream.
Take me with you. Pay for all these vacations that you go on. I'll live my life. I'll live it. I'll live it up.
Hey, Iris. And Wolfram is here. Yeah, the beaver brings all the boys to the yard. Yeah, I said so. And Miami Spice is here. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Hi, Miami.
But we finished the medical examiner on Friday, and then they had to redact a lot of stuff before the next witness came in. So that's going to be interesting to see what that witness is. Because they were supposed to be back on 2 on Friday, but they never came back. And after the jury left, we heard something about they had to redact some stuff, and they really hoped they could get it done. And it seemed like it was the prosecution who needed to redact a lot of stuff. So it seems like the prosecution constantly is trying to put something under the rock and then pull the rock away when the witnesses are on the stand and say, "Oh, we forgot we couldn't talk about that one." They weren't allowed to mention previous trials, and all of the witnesses did that. They weren't allowed to talk about the fresh wet paint. So they instructed them to always remember to say wet paint. It was so clear that they was instructed to say wet paint and that it didn't have any coating on it, just to imply again. And then we had the famous rigor mortis test that they did to show that this person had been dead for at least 6 to 8 hours. And as everyone, if anyone is not in the medical profession, you do a rigor mortis test by jiggling at that person's arms. And then you'll know exactly when the person is dead, according to the prosecution. Yes, thank you for noticing. And I like my barber in, out, and less than 10 minutes. That's the best thing about having short hair. She has to. Don't hold it against her. She miswrote her name all through her life until she met me and found out her real name is Irish.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, she changed it for you.
I changed people. It's but she tried to teach me how to say her name, and it didn't work. So it's easier to just put an H in there. No, I love Irish.
I love
She's
it.
good fun.
She is good fun.
Yeah, but all of you people are good fun. So yeah, what could we paddle about? Because this we're going back to the Texas trial.
More friends here. Oh, I gotta say hi.
Well, say hi.
Did someone say beaver? And he showed up. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm still sleepy.
Yep. But she can write her name in the correct way. If you put an E in there, I will say Iris.
We already have an Iris.
Yeah. So we have an Iris, we have an Irish.
Yep.
and you became Irish, and as they say on St. Paddy's Day, kiss me, I'm Irish, and you can have that little badge and run around with that. I do, Salbert. Salbert, I met you 4 months ago. You were a crazed horn dog sitting in chat and saying inappropriate things to Luna. Now you're a crazed horn dog with your own YouTube channel, sitting online saying inappropriate things to Luna. So I changed you in a big way.
Yeah.
I went to the Dave School of Names and stuff. We don't use names.
Lefty, leave Sal alone.
I believe that's called a Mesa Girl. Oh, did you notice my new cover art? I got a new one. The little one I cover the.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cute.
I'm lucky to have great fans who wants to make stuff for me. So, and if that person wants a shout out or a mention somewhere on my channel, please let me know. We're talking about making something else maybe. So that'd be good. So it looks a bit more professional than my 5 minutes on Canva just throwing things around. TV, no, you're not behind. They were supposed to be back at 2 on Friday to do the redaction stuff. That's what they said before they went to lunch. Friday, they finished off with the medical examiner who looks kind of like a YouTuber. And her testimony was that because someone had someone had said that the body was cold to touch and stiff, then she could pinpoint the time of death to between 6 to 8 hours before the body was found, which in a fascinating way puts it an hour before Cara says she the earliest time she said she left the house. She said she left between 2 and 4, and according to the medical examiner, 6 to 8 hours would put it at 11 to 1. So that's lucky because that would place her in the house at the time of the murder. But she didn't examine the body till a week later. She didn't see the body till, and we couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2 days after, because according to her, police needed it at the crime scene. You know, like you see in every CSI show where they draw a chalk mark around the body and then move the body because then you can do all the readings of temperature and stuff like that. No, they needed it for photo ops. So I don't know why. She couldn't really explain that, and she claimed that you never do test the liver temperature on a dead body because that ruins the evidence, which is kind of funny because that's one way to determine to some degree at what time a person is deceased. And if you as an ME do the liver temperature test, wouldn't you know that the puncture wound in the liver was from your thermometer? Well,
you would think.
Don't think about it.
No.
But they finished with her around lunch, and then they had some redacting to do. The judge gave a really great excuse to the jury why they were sent home early. And then he came back and said that the prosecution had a lot of redaction to do to some, I think it was video evidence they're going to be shown today. Yeah, thing 1 and thing 2. Banana in pajama. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah.
So
That's.
let me
But
see.
he
I
has
think we need
to.
to do a short little recap of like what have we heard so far?
Yeah, because again, nothing is happening in court, so let's do a refresh just to make sure I haven't made a dum-dum. I have done that before. Well, to anyone who's new here. Oh, you're watching with Dylan too and got lost. Yeah, and he kind of skipped around between a couple of cases, so I can understand if you get a little bit confused with all the cases. This case is about Cara Rintala. Cara Rintala is on the stand for the fourth time. She has twice had a trial end in a hung jury. She was convicted in the third trial, but that conviction was overturned by the Supreme Court because they had a paint drying expert. And that's why Jamie and I jumped on this case, because we really needed to know about paint drying.
We did.
And his expertise was found lacking. So now we're having this trial again. The lead investigator won't be showing up. He did such a bad job in the first and the second trial. They didn't even use him for the third one. And they were really careful not to mention his name when they had the medical examiner on the stand, because they really don't want to bring him in again. But the story is as goes. Cara and her girlfriend, Anne-Marie, had begun to separate. Both of them worked as EMTs and had a little daughter together, but they were ending in some kind of, their marriage wasn't going as well as it could have. And they had been apart, but they thought, well, for the heck of it, let's give it another try. They moved back in together around Christmas time, I believe it was. And 3 months later, Anne-Marie is found by Cara, according to Cara, dead in the basement after Cara had been out shopping, driving around with their daughter for 2 hours, while a couple of hours, I can't remember the exact hours, while Anne-Marie was supposed to sleep because she had had a night shift as an EMT. The last time Anne-Marie used her phone was around 11:30-ish. So that's when the prosecution says she died. As you all know, if you're not on your phone, you're either dead or deading someone.
Mhm.
That's just facts. The phone was found in her bed where she had been sleeping under the covers. So as a baker who used to do night shift, I can totally recognize that when you go home, you maybe checking Twitter or something, and then you put your phone away, have an alarm set on it, and just put it on the pillow so it can wake you up when you have to get up. But according to the prosecution, it's because she's dead.
Mhm.
Cara comes home, sees her. There's only a light on in the basement, and there she sees the feet of Anne-Marie. She takes her daughter, runs to the neighbor, says, "Call 911. Something's wrong in the basement." Police arrived, find Cara and Anne-Marie in the basement, where Cara is hugging Anne-Marie and crying that she's dead. That's the crime so far. They take her into the kitchen. She does a couple of things. According to the prosecution, it's really, really suspect. And according to when they are cross-examined, all the witnesses said, well, she was really cooperative, and she asked if she can do this, and no, she never gave any fuss about anything. She asked, can I call my parents, can I call her parents, can I wash my hands? They were filled, paint was spilled over the dead body. Can I wash my hands? Can I get something? Could you please get a diaper bag for my kids? And oh, I know I'm the prime suspect, because in 75 to 80 cases, 80% of cases, the one who's going to kill you is the one sleeping next to you. So, and she's an EMT, she knows those stats. So they really don't have much in evidence in this case. But then we had a bit of interesting news, because that's kind of how the prosecution presented this case. They were in an argument. She maybe pushed her, maybe hit her, something, and she died. Then my new favorite lawyer, Rosemary, told how the defense sees this case. Cara had had a boyfriend, a platonic boyfriend, not a smexy boyfriend, over the night before. When Anne-Marie finds out, she's kind of angry. They get into a fight. She leaves the house with the daughter so the other one could sleep. And then she goes into how the police didn't investigate all of the leads in this case, because besides the boyfriend that Cara had, Anne-Marie had a boyfriend who was also a firefighter. He gave her 3 different credit cards to help her build her credit because she had literally ran up 25,000 in debt on Cara and her accounts. So she ran up 7,000 in debt on these 3 credit cards. And you ask, what's a girl to do to get 3 credit cards? You have to let a guy kiss you on the corner of the mouth. He also was asked to buy her a dog for $250. Oh, it's a bit loud. Buy her a dog for $250, which he had to withdraw because his wife was getting kind of angry that he had given 2 credit cards to another woman. He gave 3, but only admitted to 2. And after the death of Anne-Marie, he kept sleeping in her sleeping bag at the fire station. But that didn't seem to be important to the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
Beside Mark, the fella's name, there was Carla. Carla was some kind of girlfriend. If it's a romantic relationship, we really don't know, but it seems like it. She allegedly was out running for 3 to 4 hours that afternoon. She must be a marathon runner or something like that. In the other side of the city, she did have a tanning appointment, and some evidence shows she was in the same neighborhood as where the murder happened. She was never really looked into either. So there's a lot of things that the defense hints at can be brought into this case, and that's going to be really interesting to see because so far, what we know from the evidence presented by the state is EMTs and police arrive, they find them in the basement, they believe Anne-Marie had been dead for some time, can't tell you how long, and Cara was, of course, grieving and kind of hysterical, but was cooperating, really nice to them, no problem, no yelling, no screaming, no nothing. So this case is kind of a weird case, and I'm really looking forward to the defense.
Me too.
Yeah, that's the corner kisser.
And that's exactly what they called it. That's why it was funny to me because they keep saying corner mouth kisses. Like
this. Oh, if he would have stood in line for her to get a new iPad, he was allowed to kiss her on the mouth.
Like
So
full on.
a real kiss on the mouth. So not just a corner kiss this time. And I'm thinking, if you pay $7,000 for a corner kiss, how expensive are your iPads in the US?
Not that expensive.
No, because they're like what? $70 in Denmark or something like that. If you take one of the small ones.
Yeah, the small one I got was like 200.
Well, that's a lot.
The bigger, nicer ones are
Indigo.
like 350, like the brand new ones. But I just have like a little guy.
Yeah, I won one in a giveaway when I was a politician, one of the small ones, and then I just have a regular size.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And also mine's very old. I have like a way old model one. So what else?
I think mine is 2017, and I'm not sure I'm going to get an iPad again.
The Commonwealth represents they're going to call Alan Wishart first, and so we do have this motion in limine filed
Alan Wishart.
at the beginning about Lieutenant Wishart, and I think we're agreed that the first part, the Commonwealth, we moved to exclude the booking video. I think everybody agrees that will be out, so we don't have to argue that. I think the second part is as we lay out Lieutenant Wishart's characterization of Ms. Rintala's behavior, or change in her behavior, really, at the moment he tells her that he's going to arrest her. It's essentially, he characterizes it as her demeanor flipped pretty quickly. I'm reading from prior testimony in a prior trial. Her demeanor flipped pretty quickly toward me. She went from calm and collected to, I could say, calm and cooperative to more of an aggressive, very angry, demanding, and basically told me I was not going to arrest her for that. That's a quote from the first trial. And it's our view that that should be excluded. Any characterization of her demeanor by Lieutenant Wishart should be excluded. And to set the stage very briefly, that happened prior to the video starting. That was in the lobby of the Granby Police Station. He then immediately took her to the booking area of the Granby Police Station where the videotaping begins. And when we received this videotape just a few days before trial, we discovered that her demeanor there from the very beginning is not any of the things he's describing. To the contrary, she looks emotional, scared, and upset. And so our perspective is those are incongruous. They suggest something that we need should be investigated. They suggest the possibility that Lieutenant Wishart has a bias. He's mischaracterizing her demeanor, and that's something really because of the discovery delay here. That's something we would have investigated, but didn't have a chance to investigate. So the remedy didn't have a chance to investigate. In other words, why is he biased? If he's biased, if he's mischaracterizing her demeanor, why is he doing
Happy
that?
to see you,
So we
Tootly.
think that's important. Obviously, bias is a big part of this case. In other words,
A brand new iPad is
just to
now
flesh out a bit more,
$600.
He's
Yeah.
a senior police officer in the Granby Police Station. Cara is a first
Mine
responder
is
from
super
Granby. They
old
know
and I
each
got it on
They
sale.
have they know each
Yeah,
other from the
mine-
from
mine-
the community. And
Why throw it away?
So-
So there's a history there.
Mine is
We're
6
trying-
years
I don't
old,
think
so
it's unreasonable
Yeah,
to
mine's
speculate.
about that.
It's not speculation. It's unreasonable to
I think my
suggest
Mini
that
is 9 or 10 years old.
And I have the,
preconceived
I don't have like the
idea
Pro, the big
about
one. I have the
Ms.
small
Rintala,
one.
No,
either
no.
because of her relationship with
Yeah, I have the 10
her
inches.
wife or something
And
else
is
that
it
causes
8 or
him
something?
to have a bias.
And I
don't-
broke the
I'm not
screen, but it still
suggesting I
works.
know any of that. What I have is this one new fact. He says that in the prior testimony that she flipped like a switch. She became angry at him for charging her, and then we now have this new video that shows right after that, immediately after that, she's not angry. She's upset and emotional. And so the question arises: is this consistent? Is this what's going on? Is he making up this characterization of her as angry? And that's obviously prejudicial, her being angry. So that's the basic idea, that it's a discovery sanction. We don't have a chance to investigate this issue. And so we submit that testimony should be stricken or precluded.
Okay, Commonwealth.
Yeah, just to make sure you understand what Chief Wishart would testify to. He testified in all three prior trials before anyone knew there was a booking video in regards to Ann and Cara arriving at the police station on September 27, 2008. He testified, and he is expected to testify today, that Ann arrived first. He had a conversation with Ann, after which Cara arrived, and Cara was in the lobby at that point in time. He then had a conversation with Cara, the defendant, in the lobby at that point in time. He has testified and is expected to testify. When she originally arrived at the police station, she was calm and cooperative. He had a conversation with her during which he asked if what had happened at the house, which had compelled them to come to the police station, if there was anything physical that had happened. She denied that. She said it was verbal only. Chief Wishart then went back to Ann, who was not in the lobby area, but in the interior of the police station.
They fixed the clock.
To confirm the content of
Thank
what she
God.
had indicated, that the content would not be coming before the jury.
Did you see it, Mass? They fixed the
After
clock.
which, receiving that confirmation, he then made a determination to place the defendant under arrest. He then went back to the lobby area where the defendant remained at that point in time, and
Facts.
then told her that he was placing her under arrest for assault and battery on Ann. He testified that it was in that moment when he said, "I'm putting you under arrest for assault and battery," that she flipped and she switched, that her demeanor changed from calm and cooperative to aggressive to angry, demanding, and that her body language toward him changed, and that she then made a statement to him, "You are not arresting me." He
Well,
then said that again
wouldn't.
while they're still in the lobby. He said,
Yeah.
"I am arresting you," and moved forward towards the arrest. And he's testified consistently that after that happened, she immediately went back to being calm and cooperative. In other words, it was a brief moment in time.
Sorry, if you're new here, I kind of stopped when I have to talk because I don't want people to miss anything. We'll catch up in the breaks. You're told, I'm going to arrest you for assault and battery. and the unaliving of your wife. You just sit with your wife. You've been in the house for multiple hours with a lot of officers who's talked to you. But the second you're told, I'm going to arrest you, you flip 200%, running off the walls and yelling and screaming. And then 2 minutes later, you're brought into an interrogation room and you're a bit scared and you are cooperative again.
Why is that not normal?
Well, is it normal to switch to 100 and go back to 0 again? There's no evidence other than his testimony that she switched.
Hmm.
And there's video evidence right after this incident
Okay.
where she seems calm and collected and cooperative. But in the space where no one else was watching, she flipped. She yelled the MFer and threatened him and beat him down, and she testified to everything. And or does this seems like a bit odd? We heard from all the other people at the house.
Hmm.
She was calm. She knew she was the prime suspect. At the police station, before they go into the room, he's telling her, I'm gonna charge you with this. Funny enough, not in the room where there's surveillance. And she flips 250%, go crazy, yell and scream. Then they go into the room where there is a recording where she's calm and collected again. Maybe it's because we have seen so much attempts at shenanigans in this trial.
When
That I
have they
think
ever told somebody they were like on the way to interrogating them, telling them they're going to charge them? They never do that.
no, normally they try to get them to speak and then say, "Oh my God, I got you now. I'm going to charge you.
Exactly. When
I'll better read you your rights." Hey, Anthony, all the way from Wales. Yeah, it can be shock. I know. She can say, "Why? I just found my wife dead. What the fuck are you?" Oh, sorry. What the f are you talking about? You can't believe. But she said to the first interrogator, "I know I'm your prime suspect." So, uh, yeah, it's I don't know. It just to me, yeah, sudden outburst. It's fine. It's yeah. It's but still, to me, it just seems weird that she, in this split second, alone with him, goes absolutely bananas. Iris, you are bad influence.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe
No
maybe
one
they
is
said
telling them they're going, I'm charging you for all of this before they even speak to them.
no. That's weird to me too. Why are you charging her in the hallway before you interview her? Because then
They're
a
gonna
normal
talk-
person, a normal person would say, "Okay, I'm shutting up, calling my lawyer."
Yeah, like exactly. They want to talk to you. They don't want you to lawyer up. If you told me that, well, I wouldn't be talking to the cops, but if you told me
Yeah.
that, I'd be like, all right, well, I'm getting my
Yeah,
lawyer.
see you. Go call my lawyer. I'll be talking to you later. But let's see how I'm sure Porcupine Woman will go crazy on this one.
Okay.
Maybe they set it to 50 or 60 hertz instead of what they had it on to keep the clock less flickery, because it's the same with my light in the background. If I set it to 60 hertz, you can see the flicker all the time.
Mm.
Yeah, we don't give legal advice, but please do this.
She had this change of demeanor. He made clear she was being arrested, and she did not physically resist and did not continue to fight that arrest after that period of time. They then walked from the lobby, which is not recorded. Those interactions are not recorded. They
Of
walked
course.
from the lobby to the booking area. And in the booking area, Chief Wishart has consistently testified she remained calm and cooperative throughout that process. The booking video that we recently received corroborates everything that Chief Wishart testified to. And what I mean by that is that moment in time of the booking that is on video, which he has testified to about previously in the booking room, what happened, and he would be asked to do it again. It corroborates not only her demeanor that he said at that point she was calm and cooperative, but all of the events that happened as well. So there's nothing contrary or inconsistent with anything he's testified to previously. The interaction about the change in demeanor is not on the booking video. He's always indicated it was a short moment in time in the lobby before they went to booking, when she became calm and cooperative again. So in terms of the bias that could potentially be explored from Chief Wishart, excuse me, as Attorney Wood just indicated, if they know each other and such, that can be explored on cross-examination. Nothing about this booking video changes the ability for counsel to potentially explore that.
That's what we can do in, I can do in my camera program.
That they could potentially try to ask. So for those reasons, and again, we're not trying to put the booking into evidence. I understand the defense will not be asking about the booking video with this witness, but you should be allowed to testify about what he observed that is not on the booking video. And her demeanor when she arrived, the change, and then back at booking.
That is so.
Could I just add one?
My God, I'm just annoyed because it's like she was going crazy, but none of that's on video. All we have is her calm on video.
And she's just flipped right back again.
Yeah.
Totally calm. And she didn't fight against him. She was just yelling. And Dave, I'm not going to pull that one up. But Salbert can help you. He's an expert in cuties with peens.
One very brief point. Very briefly, it was suggested that the booking video was just suddenly discovered. Relevance to the late disclosure. In the video itself, Chief Wishart, who's the head of the booking department, makes reference to the video. He several times to make sure the video is on. So it's always been odd to us when we learned about this. That our point is we're skeptical that he just learned about this because he's clearly referencing the fact that there's a booking video system when he's doing that booking, and so it's odd to us that this was suddenly produced. That's the last point. Thank you.
And how funny is it? In every case, there's a problem with
the video was produced
with finding evidence.
The Commonwealth
Mhm.
Suddenly just shows up.
Sanction for that is that they not be allowed to use it as part of their case in chief. But the defendant has always had an incentive to investigate bias as to any of the Commonwealth's witnesses.
Does someone else hear a
What I'm
leaf blower?
hearing is that the video may not even be inconsistent
I hear
with
something.
testimony of the officer, and if it is, the defense is free to use it. So the first part of the motion is allowed by agreement, but the second request is denied.
No objection. Thank you. I guess the one other issue, I guess the Commonwealth is requesting, I haven't seen anything in writing. They did? Okay. An instruction, the standard, a model instruction on defendants' other bad acts, I guess pertaining to this arrest. And I just want to note, I'm looking at Appendix 4Y of the Massachusetts Jury Trial Bench Book, 5th edition. It has what I guess is a model instruction on this issue, the cautionary instruction on prior bad acts. And I want to our only issue is with the first, given the unusual circumstances here, and to set the stage very quickly, there will be no testimony.
Did someone just
of the
turn on a
nature of
lawnmower?
the alleged crime here. It will just be Lieutenant Wishart, Chief Wishart testifying.
I'm not crazy. There's some kind of
sounds like outside the courtroom or something.
sorry, Chad.
Placed.
I thought I was smelling burnt toast.
Everybody agrees that what then happened after she was arraigned, the charges were dismissed. So there's no dispute that happened. So the language is, you are about to hear testimony about certain acts allegedly committed by the defendant. And our problem with this is certain acts allegedly committed by the defendant. Our problem is everybody agrees that those charges were dismissed. So what we would propose is an alteration to that model language in these unusual circumstances. You're about to hear testimony about certain acts that the defendant was charged with, and were later dismissed. Period. That would be our only modification to the model cautionary instruction.
So I received some proposed instructions from the Commonwealth this morning. I have two. I I have one that relates to the subtitles.
Yep.
And then another concerning the prior proceedings. I don't have.
I don't either. So I'm being told that they did file something, but I haven't seen it.
We did not file anything, Your Honor. I spoke to counsel
Okay,
this
sorry.
morning
Sorry.
about whether or not we wanted to jointly propose any language for Your Honor.
Get out of here.
Counsel indicated to me that they assumed Your Honor would give the
It's
instructions
my chat.
referenced in
Oh, my
appendix
screen.
or why. So we did
Get
not move
here.
forward with filing something and trying to agree on language. To the extent Your Honor is giving a prior bad act instruction, I certainly obviously believe that is appropriate on a number of issues that will come into evidence today about the prior history between the defendant and Anna Maria Rintala. We would ask that in terms of your indication about what purposes they can consider.
TV, I totally agree, but still, it seems funny because she knew at the scene of the crime that she was the prime suspect. To totally flip her switch and not resist, that makes it even weirder that she would go absolutely apeshit.
I'm still stuck on the fact that he's taking her down the hallway and saying, I'm going to arrest you now.
Yeah, before she's booked anything.
Or-
Yeah.
Before they even like speak to her in the interrogation room. It's so stupid.
This is in not Hampton. I'll figure it out at some point. Sorry.
I think you said North. Is it Northampton?
Yeah, Northampton. Yeah, that's right. Close to Boston, a small town, 5,000 people, I believe. Hey, Wallström, welcome.
Hey, morning.
Where there's recently
Right here.
some case law that it's important to identify the specific things that's in that long string, as opposed to reading all of them. So we would
Always
ask that Your
something.
Honor include that they may consider the act solely on the limited issue of motive, state of mind, intent, and the nature of the relationship of Cara Rintala and Anna Maria Rintala, which we believe are the purposes for which it's being admitted as indicated in our motion for prior bad acts that Your Honor had allowed. So we would ask that those be a list of limited purposes for which they would consider this evidence.
So I have an instruction prepared, and the way so it's similar, but I indicate issues of
Of course,
motive,
there's
state of
construction
mind, and
right
intent,
outside.
and as to whether there was a hostile relationship between
Oh,
the
wicked man.
defendant and the alleged victim, which I think is
Granby.
more specific.
Didn't they
than
say
the nature of their
it was in
relationship?
Northampton?
That's fine, Your
Or
Honor.
was
I'll
that
have to that language.
is
But
that
in terms
the
of,
Karen Reed case?
Talking about certain acts
Maybe.
allegedly committed by the defendant. Did you agree with defense that all this witness is going to testify
There's someone,
about his
using,
arrest, that
What's it called?
so none of
Air hammer.
the facts none of the facts, the underlying facts are coming into evidence through this witness?
Correct. And would not be expected to come in through any witness. In other words, what Anne Marie alleged to cause
The case is being run out of Northampton.
For that criminal complaint issue. The purpose of the assault and battery, the fact that she was charged with that, her reactions being charged with that, the outcome of those proceedings.
But
is
she's out on
relevant
bail and
to
living
all
in
of the
Rhode
issues of
Island.
Intent, motive, and state of mind, and the hostile nature of the relationship between them. But we would not be seeking to admit the underlying facts as alleged by Anne that caused the police to make that decision.
Okay. And so rather than you were about to hear testimony about certain acts allegedly committed by the defendant, what would you propose?
I would be fine with the language proposed by
I think
Attorney
so.
Rich, which I understand is you're about to hear information that the defendant was charged with a crime of
I don't know
assault
why I
and
have
battery
a
on Anna Maria Rintala, and that those charges were
Crime
being
Tube.
dismissed.
YouTube channel. I know nothing about my cases.
I think that's factually accurate.
I'm terrible at geography, so, you know, I don't know where.
I also want to alert Your Honor that through this first witness, they would also hear testimony.
I just
that
broke my
restraining
pencil
order
because-
issued, that Anna Marie applied for a restraining order at the
What
time
is that
that
noise?
a restraining order issued against the defendant, they would be seeking to admit that physical restraining order that issued in the terms of that restraining order, which would also indicate that it was.
Sorry, you're gonna have to speak close to the
Sure.
microphone because it's picking up the jackhammer.
Certainly.
Our chief is.
The terms of the restraining order that included to give custody of
Oh.
Brianna, to Anna Marie. And then the restraining order did not continue after those couple of days when it went back to court. So the Commonwealth would be seeking to admit the restraining order itself.
Geography.
And also
Geography.
through this witness
Why do
that he
do I say it
filed
weird?
a report to the Department of Children and Families. So just to make sure Your Honor understands.
I don't
the
know.
scope of the issue that he was aware of.
Lefty probably thinks it's
So this
called
instruction,
geology.
though,
Yeah.
would the instruction cover that as well? So this is all coming
Yeah.
in through this one witness.
This is all coming into this one witness specifically about the date of September 27, 2008. Yes,
Okay, all flowing from that charge.
yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to jump in. I have one narrow issue with this proposed instruction. The nature of the hostile relationship between the defendant and the decedent. We would not, our problem with that is just that there's an assumption that there is a hostile relationship.
That's not the wording.
Okay,
The wording is whether there
Yeah,
was a
I thought-
hostile
Oh, okay.
relationship.
That's
I didn't pay for the
Yes,
coughing
that's fine.
upgrade in this
I don't
trial, so
use
I went for the
word,
jackhammer instead.
the Nature,
okay. That's fine.
that term nature of the relationship.
I misunderstood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe I should go
So
grab
do
a
you want me
yogurt or
to
something.
make reference to that, or I guess it all flows from,
I got the
charge
cough
itself.
upgrade. Stop the
It does.
jackhammer.
And I will say in the prior trial, Judge Group made a broader instruction because she wanted to include that the jurors should not improperly infer from the fact that a restraining order issued anything about that fact. In other words, that they should not speculate about what information Anna Marie indicated to the police or the judge to issue the restraining order, or the fact that a restraining order issued is no proof that there was abuse occurring in the relationship, but that they would be able to consider the fact that she applied and the restraining order issued on the issues of state of mind, intent, motive, and whether there was a hostile relationship between the parties. So again, I don't know if the defendant is requesting this.
We would join, I don't know if that's a request. We would request that language as well.
okay. So do you want me to give that? I don't recall from the transcript, and it could be different this time, whether this is all going to come out at the same time and whether I should group this together or whether I should address.
Why are we talking so much about jury instructions? They said it was going to be a 3 to 4 week trial, but they were talking jury instructions on Friday too. Seems like it could be a shorter one.
The restraining order separately. I also don't want to confuse the jury, so they should understand that the defendant was charged with assault and battery, but that charge was later dismissed. But a restraining order did issue, so my instruction there is that they shouldn't infer anything from that, but they can still use that as evidence, or they can still consider that as it relates to the defendant's state of mind, intent.
Yeah, but normally they do it when they're
motive,
about to
and
wrap
whether
up.
There was a hostile relationship between.
But they have been
her
going
and the
through
alleged victim.
through
I
this
think what happened in the last
for the
trial,
last
and I
two
think it
two
makes
days.
sense to do it this way, is that the witness testified on direct to all of these facts. And then in a single limiting instruction, Judge Group was able
Hey,
to
Diva.
address the various issues about how they could consider that evidence,
Okay,
which was done before cross. So it's helpful, I think, if they hear the evidence and then it's limited.
all right, so it's not that they're about to hear this, they've heard it. And I will address I'll give the instruction, and then sort of at the end of that, I will just make. those
Oh, it's
additional
because a
comments
witness
about
is going to talk about the restraining order.
restraining.
Now I
order.
get it.
There's a distinction there.
Your Honor, we would request that you give these cautionary or limiting instructions before Chief Wishart testifies.
Is it White Shark or White Shirt?
Okay,
White
I
Shark is
think
way
they might.
cooler.
So if we're just talking about one thing, like the arrest, I think that would make sense. I'm just a little concerned I'm going to give them too much information about something that they haven't heard about. I think it might be easier for them to understand if I give it immediately after. It's still contemporaneous. It just comes right after that. So, and that's why I wondered whether it would make sense to sort of maybe start with the basic instruction, and I can make the point about the arrest, and then afterwards, because they've heard the arrest, but they've also heard these other things that sort of flowed from that arrest and charge, including a restraining order that did issue, I can add that. If there's an agreement, I'll go along with it. You know the case better than I do, but if there's not an agreement, that's sort of how I'm feeling it.
I'm gonna blow a gasket.
Your Honor, I agree with 95% of what you're saying. Just we've stated our position that we think that on balance, the entire cautionary instruction before Chief Wishart testifies would be better. We've made our position. You've heard us on it, and I don't want to. I'm not saying I'm going to defer to you. What I'm saying is, to the extent you don't follow our request, I object. But I also want to make clear I agree with the substance of what you're suggesting.
95%. And just for the future, it's always better if you give me something in writing, because
Absolutely.
I'm looking at my scribbling and
I agree as an appellate lawyer. I completely agree. I was given this assignment this morning at 9:20. I apologize, Your Honor.
okay. So you want me to take it up with your supervisor?
I do, Your Honor.
That's what that is.
All right. So anything else on that?
No,
Not on the limiting instruction, Your Honor. I do think we wanted to try to discuss the proposed exhibits that the Commonwealth will be offering to the next 4 witnesses, which would be Alan Wishart, Lynn Menard, Barb Fenn, all from the Granby Police Department, and then Nancy Kaufman, Ann's aunt, which is essentially the bulk of the Commonwealth's evidence regarding the alleged prior bad acts and the nature of the hostile relationship between them. We have a number of exhibits that we sent yesterday to the defense counsel indicating what we wanted to admit today. And I understand that there are some objections to certain of those.
Totally. It's hard to tell what they know. It's a really famous case because it's the first woman ever charged with killing her wife. So it was a big case back in 2010 when it came out. And this is the 4th trial. So it's known. I don't know how big North Hampshire, New Hampshire, in Massachusetts is, but it's probably kind of well known. So, but remember, the first 2 trials ended in a hung jury. So the case isn't that strong from the beginning, and they lost their paint drying expert. So I don't know what they know about it. They
In
have
this
been through.
trial specifically, I know that they're trying to keep that information out,
Yeah.
like referring to previous trials, things like that. So
Yeah, they can only say on March the XDX in year XX you testified that. They don't say at prior trials. Well, the medical examiner, but she was old as dirt, so she probably forgot that she wasn't allowed to talk about it. You have prior bad acts so far as Anne-Marie had attempted to get a restraining order against her, but as the defense, and that's their way of putting it, it was to help with the divorce. And I believe both of them tried to have a restraining order against the other person. So, yeah. Yeah, let's see something from Bucky's. I don't know what it is.
they
We're
put up a
hoping
video.
to argue those objections, so Your
Oh,
Honor
he
can
did
rule
put
on
up-
them,
oh.
so that we can pre-mark anything that will be coming into evidence, so we'll move more smoothly with the witnesses as opposed to going exhibit by exhibit.
Okay.
Good. I can just respond.
Sure.
So we got the exhibits, we sent back a response to the Commonwealth in terms of first of all, I can't agree because we objected to any of these evidence coming in. I need to preserve that objection. So I'm going to ask the court for a continuing objection for all of the prior bad acts evidence, the restraining order evidence, the 2008 to 2009. Pretty much every witness today except for the phone records that's going to talk about prior bad acts. So we said then specifically made some objections to other exhibits, and I don't think we have to deal with the phone records now. So I think we're going to try to deal with the phone records before the jurors go back to lunch. But as to these other exhibits, there were specific objections that we made. I think you had a chance. I can just put my phone back on. That's it. It was an email last night. So first of all, we can't have a continuing objection to all of the testimony of all the witnesses. So I can
Yes.
make sure the record is clear on that. Sorry, Judge, I shut my phone off. I apologize. And Judge, the other issue that,
So I'm sorry, I don't, so are we gonna take up these
yeah,
objections
I'm
now?
just gonna get my notes on my phone.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the- That was my point, Judge, is the
Okay.
notes on the phone. I didn't make that clear, and I apologize. That's the text that went back and forth last night.
No need.
Why don't you have it on a piece of paper instead of this? This is just shoddy work. It's almost like putting all your papers in a certain order and then forgetting what order you put your paper in.
Aw.
No lawyer would ever do that.
All right, so the other thing was the transcripts of the voice notes we don't have to deal with right now.
Trans person.
Okay, so that's not gonna come in the first one. So then, Judge, I would agree, if I get a standing objection to all of the exhibits regarding any prior bad acts, restraining orders, and assault and battery.
Is there going to be a trans person in this
The
one too?
objections that I had, and to the extent that the court's gonna overrule that objection, then I guess they could pre-mark the exhibits. But I just wanna make sure I'm not agreeing, I'm not giving up that argument, Judge.
I understand. So,
Did you hear
Old
her?
line.
the,
What?
the record.
She said
clearly,
pre-mock the
Our objection to all these
exhibits.
exhibits.
I love it.
Then I guess they could pre-mark the exhibits. But I just wanna make sure I'm not agreeing.
Pre-mock.
I'm not giving up that argument, Judge.
I understand.
An old
So,
line. I agree. The
record will
state,
be
but again,
clear
it's the fourth time they have run
that
this trial, so
all
everything
these
should be
exhibits were
known to
reasons
everyone. But
that already
supposedly,
stated
just
in written motion and argued previously.
The-
I am overruling those objections. So the Commonwealth, if you can pre-mark those, that I agree that will make things run more smoothly this morning.
That's fine, Judge. I just want to indicate that I believe, in addition to the overall objection regarding prior bad act evidence, counsel had indicated that they had another specific objection to two of the exhibits in this bundle. One is related to a 911 call made by the defendant on May 26, 2009, of which there's an audio recording. And the second being the portions of the restraining order hearing on that same date at the Eastern Hampshire District Court that were provided to Your Honor indicated would be allowed into evidence, the recording of that hearing. My understanding of the objection is not, again, beyond the objection to the general bad acts, but the two exhibits that the Commonwealth has prepared and which were admitted previously have subtitles and running language that correlates with the audio recording. So it's played essentially as a video with a transcript being viewed on the TV while the
I would
audio
object to that because
is
that's
occurring.
what they believe was
The
said.
words that are on the
It's-
screen are all from official court transcripts that were transcribed. In this case, we have all of the transcripts and they were provided in discovery to the
Still,
defendant
It's to the
back in 2016.
jury must listen and
These
get
were
out of it what
introduced
they
as
want.
exhibits in trial 3. They were provided to Attorney Wood in 2017 as part of post-conviction discovery. And obviously, they've been in the clerk's file since the last trial of 2016 until recently. So the Commonwealth's concern is this is very untimely. This is a electronic exhibit that we would have to try to modify, and we wouldn't be able to play today, which is sort of deja vu of what happened on Friday. But I think the Commonwealth is certainly entitled to have a transcript, an official court transcript that was transcribed to go along with the audio. And I would direct Your Honor to Commonwealth versus Portillo, which is a SJC case from 2012, 462 Mass 324. Where at page 327, the SJC indicates that when the statement is in English, and this was a case where there was English and Spanish, when the statement is in English, the prosecution may offer the recording and evidence without a transcript and rely on the fact finder's understanding of the recorded words, or the prosecution may, if they wish, provide the judge and jury with a written transcript of the recording and offer into evidence as an aid for the finder of fact, with the prosecutor first providing defense counsel with a copy of it adequately in advance of its proposed use, which I indicate we
Yeah,
have.
so you can
The defendant
give them a
under
written.
Portillo would have an
You can't put it on
opportunity, if
screen.
they wish, to provide their own transcript if they had a disagreement. And the
Why am I
argument
stupid and don't
instructions
understand
for the
English?
side. But I would suggest, Your Honor, that Portillo supports the Commonwealth using the transcripts in this way. It will significantly aid the jury in being able to hear and understand the words in the audio recording themselves. And we propose to alleviate any potential prejudice, a limiting instruction that we filed a request regarding subtitles, so that the jury is specifically instructed that it's for them to decide what's in the audio recording. If it differs from what's on the screen, then they use their own memory. So I would suggest, given all of that, Your Honor, I would ask that we be allowed to admit these exhibits again.
So our position, very simply, is that they should be permitted to play the audio without subtitles. And I understand the case law that they're free to give the jury a transcript as an aid if they want to do that. The problem, from our point of view, the prejudicial problem, is that it's impossible for the jury to act as a fact finder, fulfill its role as a fact finder in listening to the audio, to determine for themselves if the transcript, which I guess they're going to give, accurately reflects what they're hearing. If they are, in addition to that, getting this audio, this subtitle on the screen, that's too much. There's too many inputs.
It's kind of like the
any
red,
juror to be able to
green dress, blue dress,
exercise
or
their
whatever
own
it was, gold
independent
dress.
obligation as a fact finder. So very simply, we submit they should play the audio.
When I do, I have told this one before, but maybe there's some new people here. Thank you for showing up. Welcome, welcome. Please like, subscribe, and all the YouTube things. But when I do my layman duty, the defense is always adamant. When we watch the Cellbrite, where the police writes, we believe this that happened here and here, and this is the car that was stolen at this and this day by Johnny. The defense is always saying they have to show us the raw Cellbrite, not the one where the police, because if we can read, even though they're not saying, oh, read this text, just watching on the screen, you know as well as I, when you're watching something presented, you're sitting there reading and say, oh, it's Johnny who stole this car. That prejudices us. So in all the cases where we use the Cellbrite to prove something was at the crime scene, it's always said, keep the parts out where the police have written what they believe the pictures show, because that prejudices us laymen against or to get the police way of thinking about it. So I think, as you said, you can play the audio and then you can give them a transcript. No problem, but you can't have a running text with the 911 call. Oh, I'm going to do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've seen this before, and again, just watch when we watch these trials with auto-generated subtitles. We always laughing because they put stuff in, but then we believe we heard garden gnomes or spider ninjas or stuff like that. Sal, ask a lawyer. I don't know. Exactly, and it's the same thing because we did the Texas case, and where people are asking, well, everyone in the courtroom is speaking Spanish. Why can't some of them translate? Because we're waiting for a translator. You have to have the correct education to make sure that what's translated is the correct thing. We've seen it sometimes also in the Danish court system where the translator doesn't speak the special dialects. Some people, because if you come from Afghanistan, then they might all speak Urdu, but it can be different dialects, and then you have to have one who speaks it, because it's very important that you get the real evidence, not what because he could what she kind of says is that's not what we're there for. We're there for what she says. Yeah, and it's fine to put subtitles on everything, especially if you're too lazy to listen. But again, in a courtroom, it might be a thing that if you just put CC on the 911 calls, that could make fun trials.
Yeah.
Well, they trained that bear, and he wanted to contribute to society. Don't mock him. No, that's right, Leon. But I think it's the accent. Jamie loves it, but CC's doesn't.
Just the audio, and they can if they want, give them the transcript so that they can follow along and a cautionary instruction that it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether this transcript comports with what you're hearing on the screen. That's what we want.
Is there some point where you think the transcript is not accurate?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
matter.
Standing here before you right now, I have not reviewed this recently, and so I don't even have a position on this. I can defer to my.
You didn't miss anything. It's just because, as Iris is saying, is the dress blue or gold? What you put on the screen is what you hear.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you can't put text on the screen while you're listening to a 911 call, which probably will have as bad as shitty audio as most trials.
Co-counsel about this. I'm just trying to be as honest and transparent as I can. I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah.
So Judge, in terms of so my suggestion would be, Judge, that they can play the audio without using the TV. In other words, play the audio. That's what you can do. If to the extent they want the jury to have the transcript, they can have the transcript. My concern is this implicit bias that comes with the determination of what a court reporter hears in terms of what the conversation on the voicemail is that the defendant is leaving. Do I have a specific example for you, Judge? I do not, and I won't say that I do because I do not. My concern is that implicit bias is almost impossible to undo if they're listening and looking at the same time, and that was my concern, Judge.
Okay, so I don't know that I see much of a difference between allowing the Commonwealth to play the video and then also give them the transcript so they can read along as they're watching the video, as opposed to having the
That's just stupid.
transcript sort of.
That's really
video.
stupid.
I will give this limiting instruction.
Hey,
so
Alexandra.
They understand that it's.
Hey, Lexi.
The transcript.
Look at the lower left corner.
System so that they understand
Lexi
what it is.
made my
But
little thingy.
ultimately, it's
Aww. You're so sweet.
what they
Yeah.
discern from
She
the
made the
audio itself
latest one
that
also,
determines
but
what
this
was
is
said.
only the broken bacon, not
my
that
own.
broken, so it's not so cluttered. She's great at it.
It's so cute.
I understand your argument, but I'm not persuaded.
I understand, Judge, and just know my objection that the
Well,
issue
then
I have is they don't have the audio separately to listen to. All they
Fine.
have is the audio that also has the transcript. And I
Right.
guess that's the concern that I have.
Sure, I understand that, but I mean, the jury can look at it, they can listen, and if what they're reading doesn't match up to what they're hearing, I think they're capable of.
No, that's
No.
not how that works. That's not how that works.
That's just stupid, because if it's a bad
So,
audio
again,
recording, and she
I understand
says
your argument,
muff,
but
it could
I'm
be mom, it can be
overruling the
mouth, it
objection.
can be 100 things.
And
Take the
ADA
whole
Sewell made
murder
reference
trial
to
thing.
a prior motion
Yeah.
eliminating we filed. I think she was.
I don't remember what it was, but
now.
I had an issue about it.
We moved to eliminate the victim's audio recorded statements contained and statements contained in the restraining order application. I can't remember honestly if there's been a ruling on this, but I think what we're referring to is the. I think we're going to be playing the Commonwealth is going to be playing the decedent's audio recorded statements and statements in restraining and perhaps submitting a restraining order application with an affidavit. Maybe we get clarification. I don't want to argue something that they're not going to deal with.
Yeah, so in terms of what statements of Anna Marie that the Commonwealth would be offering pursuant to the restraining order hearing, we would be offering the 2-page application filled out by Anna Marie, which indicates what she's seeking and biographical information and such. We are not seeking admission of the affidavit that she would have submitted with that application. Also, we are seeking to admit the audio, as Your Honor knows, of the restraining order hearing, or a portion, I should say, of the audio recording. During a portion, some of those portions include statements of Anna Marie, as they also include statements of the defendant, and they also include statements of the judge. So to the extent there is some information that comes from the mouth of Anna Marie during the audio recording, the Commonwealth is seeking to admit that into the hearing. Yesterday, counsel indicated a particular concern about a statement that Anna Marie makes in that restraining order hearing, during which she alleges that the defendant threatened to kill her on the date of the restraining order hearing. That is not part of this recording. It was previously excluded by Judge Rubin. We are not seeking admission of it. And I would note that this pleading that was filed, which I believe is 383, specifically was previously denied by Your Honor. But just to be clear about what we're seeking to admit.
Yes. I recall that as being part of the evidence that we discussed in connection with this prior bad act evidence, and that
I just think it's wrong to let anyone put in
I denied that
what
motion.
is said.
So,
And the thing
again,
with
I think
they can have a transcript. Well,
is
they're allowed to have a transcript, but they should be listening to the audio, and then they
Your Honor,
could
based on that,
return
may I
to it
first
later.
be able to pre-mark the exhibits that we have today?
Yes, go ahead.
It's I think he's wrong. I have liked him so far. He's trying to walk on a what's it called, tightrope. But I think this is wrong. It's not. I don't believe it would be anything that could help them in an appeal or anything. But I just think that's a wrong thing to do, because we have all heard super crappy court audio, and if you put meaning into all of the words you can't hear, then as she said, you're going to prejudice people.
Absolutely.
Well, it's not altered. They just texted it. So I don't get why the judge let that one fly, because you can have a transcript next to it, and then they can choose to read along or they can listen to the audio. That's not my problem.
Play it without any subtitles, any transcript, and let them determine what they heard, if it's so important.
Yeah. O-Line Red, I know that on Friday they were talking about having to redact stuff and that too, so there could have been an ongoing process during the weekend, but they probably left the most damning parts till Sunday night. I would.
Yeah, it sounds like they just brought this on them. This is why they weren't prepared, and that kind of bothers me too.
Yeah,
because you know
But they
Rosemary would have had a argument for that, a really good one.
So are we're just waiting for you to pre-mark the exhibits?
I believe so, Your Honor, and I believe we're prepared to move forward with the first witness today.
Okay, so I thought this morning was going to be devoted to the
hopelessly
motion concerning
devoted
the
to
videotape statement.
you.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's fine that we don't, and it's already almost 10 o'clock. But I thought the point was to give the Commonwealth enough time to edit the video, if that became necessary. And I just want to make sure that I don't do anything to create further delay here. So when do the parties anticipate arguing the motions to redact the video?
I believe we're requesting to argue it after lunch, Your Honor. The reason for that is the Commonwealth yesterday and this morning filed a notice to redact on our own end certain portions that council needs time to be able to review, to be able to respond to those. My understanding is their expectation is they would be prepared to do so this afternoon. And so the parties would be requesting that Your Honor hear all of the objections from both sides, or the requested redactions from both sides simultaneous to one another. I do believe that will still give us plenty of time this afternoon or this evening to make those edits, so we would be able to play the interview tomorrow.
Agreed, Your Honor.
So are we thinking 2 o'clock? Are we thinking, are we going to let the jury go for the afternoon?
I don't think we need to let the jury go. I don't expect that it would take the afternoon to litigate the motions.
It will
I'm
take the
hoping
afternoon.
To be able to use some of their time this afternoon. But again, this is.
It's because we
in terms of the
mentioned it.
amount of time
We
that's
jinxed
needed.
it.
I think defense counsel went until 2 o'clock, so if we do it at 2, perhaps we could just give them a longer lunch.
Just give them a longer lunch break.
And I agree with that. The parties actually have agreed to at least 2 of our proposed redactions, narrowing the issues in dispute. So
Okay,
I
so,
think we can get it done.
so tell me, how long do you think this is going to take?
I'd say no more than 30 minutes.
Half hour, sure, half hour.
Okay.
Oh, so I can watch my football game.
Okay, so there's also an instruction concerning prior proceedings. I don't know if you want me to give that right away. I don't know if that's agreed to.
It's not agreed to, Your Honor. Yet.
Okay, so I will hold off on that. Perhaps we can address that at 2 as well.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so I have prior bad acts and the subtitles that I will give, and so I'm going to give at least a portion of the prior bad act instruction just prior
Yeah,
to
but
that testimony.
you have to remember,
So
this is the 4th
just,
time this is being done, this trial. So he's probably also thinking,
Yes, Your Honor.
and pause for that.
don't F this up, don't F this up, don't F this up, because
And then perhaps right after.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't
there's
want to make
testimony
be the
about
reason
the
they're doing it a 5th time.
restraining order, I can.
And wouldn't they have all their
just
ducks
add
in a
that,
row after
piece of it.
Certainly.
doing this 4 times?
Thank you, Your
Come
Honor.
on.
Thank you.
But you have seen the prosecution. They try to slip things in.
Oh yeah, they're a-holes.
Okay, so let's bring in the jury.
Yeah. A to the hole.
A to the hole.
Settled. Good morning.
We're going to talk
We
to
had a
jury
nice
number
weekend.
27 again.
As always, I must ask if anyone had being participants in this matter to refrain from any outside research or
No.
investigation concerning this case or any aspect of this case, and to everyone had no response.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call witness.
You may.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Chief Alan Wishart.
Yeah, but they are way bigger than you. They're at least 2 inches. Yeah, this courtroom is kind of weird with the big window panel and
Do
then
solemnly
this
swear or affirm that the
stupid
evidence
curtain.
you shall give to the court and jury in the case now and herein shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Do you so affirm?
Who is this?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
Alan Wishart, AlanWishart.
And are you the former chief of police of the Granby Police
I'm going to
Department?
call him White Shark. That's way
How
cooler.
long did you work for the Granby Police?
I worked for the Granby Police Department since about 1997 until July of 2021.
And July of 2021 is when you retired as chief?
I did.
Could you give us a sense of what positions you held over that period of time at Granby?
So I worked in just about every capacity at the police department. I started off as an auxiliary police officer, which was basically a volunteer. I worked as a part-time dispatcher. I was a part-time patrolman, full-time patrolman. I worked in the schools as a school resource officer. I taught there. Over the years, I was promoted to sergeant. I was an acting lieutenant, and then the end of my career was the last 10 years of my career I was the chief of police.
What were your duties whenever you were the chief of police in Granby?
Basically, the responsibility of the entire
Lefty,
department.
cut it out. It's too early for
Anything
this.
that happens, really my responsibility, from policies to anything that happened in the police department whatsoever.
How many officers, at the time you retired, targeting that time frame, approximately how many officers were employed by the Granby Police Department?
When I retired, I believe we had about 10 full-time police officers, 4 full-time dispatchers, and a handful of part-time officers.
And in terms of the various positions or ranks of the 10 or so police officers, could you describe that, please?
At the time, I believe there was about 7 or 8 full-time police officers, 3 sergeants, but there was 1 lieutenant and chief, and then 4 dispatchers.
Okay. Does Granby have their own patrol 24/7 around the town of Granby?
We do.
And typically, how many police officers were?
Just
on staff?
say you're using voice to text like
Usually the
David.
minimum was
That's
2,
his excuse.
but sometimes during day shifts during the week with some administrative personnel on, like a court officer, that could swell to 4, maybe 5.
I know I've asked you about the time frame when you retired in 2021. Going back to 2008, was it a similar setup at that point in time in Granby, or was it different?
It was similar in terms of the makeup of our department. I don't believe at the time we had a lieutenant, though, so structurally that was a little bit different.
Yeah, a
Now,
yellow
you
tie and blue
indicated
jacket.
that,
We haven't seen that before.
Part of the positions that you had was a single detective within Granby Police?
At one point, I was an acting detective for police departments.
Okay. The 4 dispatchers you indicated Granby Police have, what role did they have?
Dispatchers we man the station, or we remember this is past. We man the police department with dispatchers. So somebody sitting in the dispatch area in the police department 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Their responsibility was to answer 911 calls or business lines that came in, dispatch police officers, dispatch fire services, EMS services. They're basically kind of the first call front lines of the police department, or emergency services in general, I should say.
Okay. You indicated that someone could call the police station through a 911 call, correct?
That's correct.
So, and anyone in the town of Granby that called 911, would that go to your dispatch center?
It would. The only exception, and I don't remember time frame wise, is if it was at the time, if it was a cell phone caller, I believe at the time that would have still gone to the state police and then been routed to us.
Okay, because it's not able to be determined where it is initially until.
At the
call
time,
is
that's changed now. Now that all of the phone calls that come in within that geographic area go to the police department in Granby. At the time, I don't believe they did. They would have been routed to us through the state police.
What about landline calls from homes and residences within the town of Granby?
Those would all come directly into the police department.
Okay. Are all 911 calls that came into the Granby Police recorded, audio recorded?
Yes.
What about the business lines that you indicated that your police station had? If someone called in or if someone called out, would those be recorded?
At that time, no, they were not.
Okay, when you say at that time, specifically you're referring around 2008?
2008, correct.
I want to direct your attention specifically to the date of September 27, 2008. Do you remember what rank you were at that point in time?
I was a sergeant.
And what were your duties as a sergeant?
At that time, I had a lot of administrative responsibilities, grants, things like that, some personnel-related stuff. And I
Lefty
also
is the
had
reason you can't
still
have
had
nice things.
responsibilities of responding to calls
I
with
know.
officers and ships.
Okay. Would you typically wear a uniform when you were working?
Typically, yes.
Would you
Yeah,
be operating
everyone is a
police cruisers
retiree
when you
now.
were around town?
Usually, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
But remember,
On
it's
that day of
13 years
September
ago she
27,
passed away. It's 10
2008,
years
do
since
you
the
remember
first
an
trial.
individual by the name of Anna
And if
Marie
she's
Impala
not found
coming
guilty
into
this
the
time,
station?
I do.
there should be
Prior
some
to her coming into the
major
station on that
monetary
day, did you know her?
award to
I
her.
knew that she was an employee of the fire department, and that we had been involved in some of the same types of events. So I knew that she was an employee of the fire department. That's how I knew her.
Okay. Do you remember if you had ever done any calls with her or anything?
I don't recall if I had been or not.
Okay, but you were aware of her
Yes.
as a paramedic firefighter?
Correct.
Okay. At the time. that
Everybody,
you
like,
entered
on the
station,
verge
do you
of
remember whether or not you were physically
Come on.
located within the station itself?
No, I don't believe I was. I believe I was out on the road in a cruiser somewhere.
Okay, did you go to the station at some point?
Yeah, at some point they called me back to the station.
Okay. And was that in part to be able to meet with Anna Marie Rintala?
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived at the police station, do you remember having contact with Anna Marie?
I do.
And where in the police station, if you remember?
In the
that
police
occurred?
station, I met with her and another officer in the basement of the police department at the time.
Do you remember what type of room it was?
It was basically an open room. We used it kind of as a conference room. I would say the building itself was like a ranch house almost, and the room that we were in, I'm going to say, was just an open room with some desks in it, and I would say it was probably maybe 20 by 20, relatively small.
At the time that you met with Anna Marie, did she
Anyone
have-
who's
She did.
Who was that?
She had her daughter with her,
Okay. Do you know her daughter's name?
Brianna.
why do
And do you know approximately the age she was at that time?
I'm
At the
sorry.
time, I believe she was about 16 months old. 16 months.
Prior to seeing and meeting Brianna on that date, do you remember knowing that Anna Marie had a child?
I don't believe I knew that.
2 times a year out?
When you first came into contact with Anna Marie in the basement of the police station, how would you describe her demeanor?
She was upset. She was crying.
Did you have a
It was the
conversation with
divorce
I did.
proceeding.
And without getting into the content of that conversation, approximately how long would you estimate that conversation took place?
Maybe
right.
5 minutes.
Okay. At the time, did you ask her to do anything?
I did. At one point, we asked her to fill out a written statement.
Did she do so?
She did.
Okay. While you were meeting with Anna Marie, was your attention drawn to a specific, different area, I should say, of the Granby Police Station?
Yes, it was.
And where was that?
Yeah, it was back up into in the lobby.
And why was your attention directed there?
I was told, and I don't remember if it was through the phone system or if the dispatcher yelled down, that there was another party in the lobby waiting to speak with us.
Okay. And did you, when you say with us, was anyone else with you? To your knowledge?
Well, there was another police officer downstairs with Anna Marie, and that was Officer Ulmer. And so he was down there with her. I went upstairs.
Okay. And did you come to learn who that other party was?
I did.
Who was that?
It was Cara Rintala.
And prior to seeing her that day, did you know her prior to that day?
I did.
How so?
Same as Anne and Marie. They both worked for the EMS service or the ambulance service in town. We had been involved in, like, we had a staff softball game, things like that. That's how I knew them.
Okay. And has she arrived, to your knowledge?
Oh, I'll
separately
work
to
with
police station
softball
from
games. I
Anna
love-
Marie?
She did.
Are you able to estimate approximately how much time passed between the time you were alerted that Anna Marie arrived and the time you were alerted that the defendant arrived?
I don't know specifically exactly the amount of time. If I had to estimate it through, like, the best of my recollection, I would say it was within 15 minutes.
Okay. Do you see the person that you identified as Cara Rintala here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please indicate where she is in an article of clothing she's wearing for the record?
She's sitting at the table. She has what looks to me from here to be like a green collared shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that he's identified as the defendant?
It will.
Thank you. Where was it that you were interacting with the defendant in the station?
Initially, it was in the lobby of the police department.
Okay, can you just describe the lobby of the PD?
Sure, the lobby of that police department was a very small room. I'm going to estimate it was maybe 7 feet by 8 feet by 8 feet. It was relatively small, just outside of our dispatch area.
Is this the same station that exists currently in Granby?
It is not.
Okay, it was an older station?
It was an old, old building that was basically like a ranch house, a raised ranch home that was given or was lent to the town by the state.
Okay. When you came into contact with the defendant, was anyone with her?
No.
Okay. When you got to her in the lobby area, what's the first thing that you did?
Because I had already spoken with Anne, I went up to, and I didn't know what Cara Rintala was going to say. I told her that I was going to read her rights.
And what do you mean by that?
I was going to inform her of a Miranda warnings from a pre-printed card because I didn't know what she was going to say. So I wanted to make sure that I had that out there.
Okay, and did you read her Miranda rights from a pre-printed card?
I did.
And just generally speaking, what are Miranda rights, Miranda warnings?
The right to remain silent, the right to an attorney, the right to have an attorney present while they're being questioned, and the right to remain silent. Basically.
Did you, after you gave her rights, did you ask whether or not she understood her rights?
I did.
Did she respond?
She did.
And how did she respond?
She said that she understood.
After that, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury that conversation, please?
Yes, I asked her, what happened between her and Anne-Marie. She said that they were just in a verbal argument. I asked if there was any, I asked specifically if there was any physical violence. She said absolutely not. It was just a verbal argument.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor during the time that you had this conversation with her?
She was relatively calm. She was cooperative.
Was she making any indications to you about wanting to see other people that were in the station?
She did. She wanted to see Anne Marie. She definitely wanted to see their daughter, Brianna.
Okay. Did you indicate if she could do that at that time?
I said that she could not.
Okay. After that conversation with the defendant, did you go back to where Anne Marie was in the basement?
I did.
And what was your purpose of doing that?
My purpose was just to make sure that I had my conversation with Anne Maria and Officer Ulmer, that I knew exactly what she was saying. I went back downstairs. She said she corroborated what she said the first time, or reiterated what she had said the first time.
Sustained as to the first part of the answer, is that your
Yes,
concern?
sir. Move to strike.
All right, so members of the jury, I'm simply striking the part of the answer where the witness uses the term corroborated.
At the time that you went back and spoke with Anne Marie, did she provide you any different information than she had previously provided to you?
She did not.
Yeah, I believe this would be a good time for you to give the instructions previously.
Okay, thank you. Members of the jury, you are about to hear evidence that the defendant was charged with and arrested for assault and battery on the alleged victim. In this case, that charge was later dismissed. The defendant here is not charged with committing any crime other than the one charge in this indictment. You may not take evidence of this arrest charge for assault and battery as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crime with which he is charged here, nor may you consider that evidence as proof that the defendant has a criminal personality or bad character. But you may consider this evidence of this arrest and charge, again, which was later dismissed, on the limited issues of the defendant's motive, state of mind, and intent, and as to whether there was a hostile relationship between the defendant and the alleged victim. You may not consider the evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant was arrested and charged with assault and battery, then she must have also committed the offense for which she has been charged here. It would be extremely unfair to consider this evidence for those purposes, as that evidence has no relevance to the charge in this case.
Thank you. Chief, after you had the second conversation with Anne Marie in the basement, did you at that point go back a second time to the defendant?
I did.
And what was your purpose in going back to her? What was your plan at that point in time?
At that point, my plan was to go back upstairs into the lobby and have a conversation with Cara to tell her that I was going to be placing her under arrest.
Okay. And was she still waiting in the lobby area?
She was still in the lobby, yes.
At the time when you first went back upstairs, how would you describe her demeanor when you came back into contact with her?
Initially, it was exactly the same as when I left.
Which was what?
Just calm, cooperative.
At some point, did you say something to her indicating what was going to happen?
I did.
Can you describe what happened and what you said?
So I told her that because of what, I told her that she was going to be being placed under arrest for domestic assault and battery. And so that's what I told her when I went back up.
Okay. How did she react to receiving that information?
Her demeanor towards me changed pretty drastically. She got very demanding. Her body language changed towards me. It was aggressive. She said, "You're not going to arrest me. That's not going to happen." And it was just her complete change in attitude towards me as soon as I told her she was being placed under arrest. It was quite shocking.
And what did you
Objection,
do?
Your Honor. To that last comment.
Okay, overruled.
What did you do next?
I told her that it was going to happen and that she was going to be placed under arrest. And then we began to walk. We had to walk outside to walk back around to the booking room.
Okay. Was she placed in handcuffs at that time?
She was not. I chose not to.
Okay. And was it just the two of you, if you remember, walking together?
It was.
Okay. After that initial change in demeanor, as you just described, how was her demeanor now that you're walking from the lobby outside and going towards the booking room?
She was upset, but she was cooperative from that point on.
This guy sucks.
I really hope Porcupine is gonna
Once,
eat his behind.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you just describe for us the booking area that you took her to at that point in time?
Sure. So we had to walk from the lobby up a short deck around to the back to another area of the booking
Yeah,
area.
I'm sure you like it.
So basically, we walk like in a horseshoe fashion back to the booking area. Again, it's a small room.
Oh,
maybe
for
10
everyone
by
who
10.
didn't know it,
has a desk.
Jamie was really combative
Cameras
behind
in
the
there.
scenes, and she
There's
made
like a breath
all
test
kinds
machine.
of
There's
threats
cameras
against
in there
me.
so we can take photos.
But she's calm now.
As you were walking to the booking
feel
area, you
better.
said you had to go outside. Why was that the case?
Because it's the way the setup was at the police department there. I would have had to walk her. I would have her let her inside, walked her through the hallway, which was just above where Anne-Marie and Brianna were downstairs. It just made a lot more sense to walk her out the door and in the second door.
Okay. As you were taking that walk, was there any
Jamie angry?
conversation at
Yeah,
all between
I
the two
wouldn't
of you?
either,
There
but
was.
she was
What was
very
that?
threatening.
When we stepped outside and started to walk towards the booking room, Cara said, "Well, what would happen if I told you she did hit me?" And I explained to her. I said, "Well, if you were to tell me that she hit you or struck you in any way, then she would be charged as well."
And you told her that in those moments?
I did.
Okay. After you got to the booking room, did you engage in a booking process?
I did.
Can you describe what that entailed?
Again, I read her rights again. Take some of the property from her so we know what she had on her, like a necklace and things like that, her cell phone, any other valuables. The booking process really is about kind of letting that person know
Be
what the
careful.
charges are, reading them their rights,
About left
identifying
and right.
them, getting their identifying information.
Hey,
social
Jody.
security number, date of
Thank
birth,
you for stopping by.
parents' names, things like that. It's really like the identification process. Photographs.
And how would you describe her demeanor during that period of time?
I would say she was very upset.
During that process, did the defendant make any additional statements in regards to what had happened at the house?
She did during the booking room, during the conversation. She said that she brought up again.
That's going to be
what
the
would happen
thing.
if
Don't
Ian
Aaron
hit
Rodgers.
me. And I said, "Well, I told you what would happen." And she said she did. She grabbed my neck, and she proceeded to show us at some point she did have a red mark on her neck, on the lower base of her neck, consistent with what she said happened.
And were you able to observe that mark yourself?
I did, yes.
Do you remember a photograph being taken?
I did, yes.
Can I approach you on it?
Who the F is doing landscaping during a trial?
I'm just going to show you on the TV screen there, Chief. Are you able to see that?
I can, yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And for the record, this is marked as exhibit number 39. What do you recognize that photograph to be?
I recognize it as the photo we took of the injury to her neck.
Okay, and that's the mark that you saw that day?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you indicated before that you gave Anna Marie an opportunity to write a written statement. Did you also give the defendant that opportunity as well?
I did.
And did she do so?
She did.
Now, in regards to Anna Marie, do you remember whether or not she was advised of an option to seek a abuse prevention order or restraining order?
She was.
And do you remember whether or not she indicated she would like to pursue that option?
She did.
And did she fill out an application for a restraining order?
She did.
Can you just describe for us what the process is in terms of your department and your officers when someone is seeking a restraining order when they're at the police station?
So generally speaking, at the time, the process was that we had an application that we would get from the court. It talked about the different things that it would identify who the person that they wanted to be protected from, the people that would be protected, the different types of things that they wanted to be protected from. They would be asked to write a written statement as to what abuse occurred and the reason why they wanted the restraining order. So we would get that. We would work with them to get through that, and then we would call an on-call judge. We would report to the on-call judge what the a person seeking the order had told us, and then the judge would either issue it or not.
Okay, and did that process happen in terms of Anna Marie on September 27, 2008?
It did.
And ultimately, after that, did the restraining order that Anna Marie was seeking issue?
It did.
Showing on the presenter was been marked as exhibit number 37. Do you recognize that, Chief?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That looks like the restraining order that was applied for and issued that day.
Okay. Are you familiar with this form in general?
I am,
Have you seen this before?
several times.
Is this a standard pre-printed form for an abuse prevention order in Massachusetts?
It is.
If I could just ask you to stand and grab the pointer that's directly behind you there. And can you just indicate in terms of what information we're seeing in this top box before the word violation?
So, before the word what, I'm sorry?
Violation of this order, sort of that top section.
Here?
Yes.
So you have the plaintiff's name, Cara Rintala. She was the one seeking the restraining order. This is the name of the court that at the time we were going to. It has the defendant's name and address, place of birth, phone number. Do you want me to keep going?
I mean, really,
In terms of this
that was
A
just-
section where it says the court has issued the following orders to the defendant, generally speaking,
Yeah,
what is in this?
This happened.
So in this section here, the whole section together.
When did it
Generally
happen?
speaking, this is the area where.
No,
the
what was the
judge
date?
determines what the defendant can and can't do.
It was
in terms of
before
contact with-
they
So they have to stay away from a person,
went
stay
into
away from
the
a residence or a place of work, things like that.
And in terms of this specific restraining order, can you just walk us through what was ordered?
divorce
So the
proceedings.
judge ordered that.
So this is
the,
just
no
that
abuse
they
of
had
the
problems in the
plaintiff,
past.
harming, threatening, attempting to harm the plaintiff physically or.
Do they have something the week prior to the murder?
She was ordered not to contact the plaintiff, had to stay 100 yards away. And she was ordered to immediately leave and stay away from the plaintiff's residence at 18 Barton Street. She was ordered to stay away from American Medical Response. And then the judge ordered custody of Brianna to Anne Marie as well.
But
And then
clearly
there's
they
no
got back
contact. She
together,
had no
so
contact with Brianna.
what does
Yeah.
that matter?
And you've used the word plaintiff, as I know that appears on the order, but the plaintiff in this restraining order was Anna
The red
Marie,
mark
correct?
was on Cara. It wasn't on Anne Marie, or did I get that wrong?
And then lastly, number 12, are we seeing an order to
was
surrender
Anne
any
Marie
firearms or
saying,
ammunition?
sure,
Yes.
Fair to say, Chief,
Well,
that's
it's
a
Anne Marie who
standard
had the
provision
redneck
of all
on,
restraining orders?
It
I
is a
just
standard
thought that,
provision of all restraining orders.
that Cara said she grabbed her neck.
Just going to page 2 of this document. Looking at the date of the order, what does it indicate there?
September
It
08.
indicates 9/27, 2008.
And the time?
It was 2 years before the murder,
Okay.
almost a year and a half before the murder.
And when was this order that was issued with the
She was
on-call
murdered in
judge set to
2010.
expire?
It is set to expire 9/29,
stupid.
09 that should be at 4 p.m.
Okay. And just looking at that next box where it says next hearing date, does it say September 29, 2008
It does,
at 9 a.m. in the morning
correct.
at the Eastern Hampshire District Court?
Well, maybe it was
And
renewed
so
a
the
lot of
box
times
indicating
because,
the expiration
oh,
date of the
it's going to be
order.
heavy
Is
rain
understanding
today
that
in
2009
Massachusetts.
is a typo?
It is absolutely.
Okay. And why do you know that this restraining order would have only issued with the on-call judge until the date of September 29, 2008?
They would only issue it.
See you
for the
later,
next meeting
Thierry.
of the court, which
Bye,
would have been that
Thierry.
Monday.
Okay. And what is expected to happen in terms of the next meeting of the court?
So at the next meeting of the court, there'll be a hearing where both parties. will
get out of here. Oh,
So the order would have expired on that
It's my
date.
stream. You can't throw me out.
And then going down to
my
the
cat
bottom,
keeps tapping me on the
This is
arm.
generally where you would see
Don't know what you
extensions
want.
or modifications to the terms of that order.
That's correct.
Maybe
You know,
little
all the way
Timmy is
down to
caught
the
in
bottom.
in a well.
Do you see F checked off there?
I do.
And what does it indicate happened to this order?
It indicates that that order was vacated. It was vacated at the plaintiff's request on that date, that Monday.
Okay, so on September 29, 2008 at 10:55 a.m.?
Correct.
And the judge?
Looks like John M. Payne.
Get out of here. Go.
So
Thank you.
It was-
You want to resume your seat for a moment?
it was-
Thank you.
vacated the same day? Oh, did I get that wrong?
That's what I thought
Rachel,
they
would this be
This
said.
would be your honor.
a good time for the instruction? So, members.
Well,
of the
because the whole
jury,
point was they
I'm gonna
did
give you
say
an instruction
that
that's
she
essentially
said it was
the
a
same
lie.
instruction I gave you concerning the evidence of the
Why you put that
arrest
in?
and charge or dismissed charge for assault and battery against the defendant. This evidence that a restraining order issued, again, can only be used by you for a very limited purpose and for that purpose only. And that, again,
It
is,
happens online.
or that
It
limited
happens.
purpose is for the issue of the defendant's motive, state of mind, and intent, and
What?
as to whether there was a hostile relationship between the defendant and the alleged victim. You are not to infer anything otherwise from the fact that this restraining order issued.
At the
You're not to
Dunkin' Donut?
speculate about the reasons why it issued or the basis for it. Again, you are limited to those considerations, the ones I've just listed. You may not use it to conclude that if the defendant was the subject of this restraining order, then she must also have committed the offense for which she has been charged here. You may not use it to or consider it as proof that the defendant has a criminal personality or bad character.
Then why are you
Again, it would be
showing
extremely
it?
unfair to consider this
Just-
evidence. for
It's
those
just
purposes,
because.
as those
Hey, expert.
any thing concerning this restraining order has no other relevance to the charge in this case, other than, again, that very limited purpose, which I've already described.
Woo!
Thank you. Going back to September 27, 2008, after
That is
this
so
restraining order
stupid.
issued with the on-call
Yeah.
judge, did you have a conversation with the defendant about the restraining order?
I did.
Can you describe that, please?
I had a conversation with the defendant explaining to her that the restraining order had been applied for, the judge had issued it, and I was explaining to her the different restrictions that it placed on her, for the rest of for the remainder of that weekend.
And specifically, did you advise her that she was not allowed to contact Anne Marie, that she had to stay away from their home at 18 Barton Street,
Look at you.
that she had to stay away?
Yeah, you have all the
from
big
Anne's
people coming.
workplace, that
Yeah.
custody was awarded to
Carol,
Anne and
the
Brianna,
expert,
and that the
Jamie.
defendant could not contact Brianna.
I did.
And what was her reaction to receiving that
I
information?
wasn't there.
She was very upset.
Dreams at like 4 a.m.
She was upset about a lot of it. I think she was most upset about not being able to contact Brianna. She was certainly upset about not being able to go back to the house as well. But I think
Oh, she was
Mostly about
upset she
not
couldn't
being
talk to her daughter.
have contact with her daughter.
Now, in terms of the domestic assault and battery that you indicated you had placed the defendant under arrest for, are you aware of that matter proceeding to court?
My understanding is that it went to court that Monday.
Can you just describe the process that happened in this case and what happened in a case in order for a case, an arrest, to then become a court case, in other words?
Yes.
Please.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
That's all right. Can you please describe the process in terms of an arrest becoming a court matter?
Okay, so the person gets taken into custody. We take care of the booking process. We call a bail clerk or a magistrate. They determine what
Expert has a
amount
legit.
of money or what conditions the person should be released under. Most of the time, the person gets released and they have to come back to court on a specific day. On that day, my understanding is that, my experience is that that person is told to show up on that day, and that's where they are basically arraigned for that charge.
And in terms of the charges themselves, did the police file paperwork at the clerk's office asking for the charge to issue by the court?
We do. With the arrest packet goes basically an application for complaint.
Okay. And in this case, are you aware of an application being filed and a complaint being issued?
Correct, yes.
Just showing on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 38. Are you able to see that, Chief?
I can, yes.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It looks like the criminal complaint for the charges for that incident on 27th.
And specifically the docket that outlined what happened to that case?
Correct.
If I could just ask you to stand, please, and use that pointer again?
Sure.
Thank you. Could you show us, obviously we're seeing the defendant's name, Cara Rintala there.
Yes.
We're seeing a docket number at the top. In terms of the charge, what are we seeing?
It says the charge was 265-13 A and B, assault and battery.
Okay, with an offense date of September 27, 2008.
Yes.
Okay. Scanning down, are we able to see an arraignment occurring in court on September 29, 2008
Yes.
with Judge Payne?
Yes.
And are you aware of an arraignment being a first appearance in court on a criminal charge?
It is. Yes.
Judge Payne is a cool name.
Scanning down, are you able to see what next date was set after the arraignment on September 29th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there's a pretrial for on 11/3 of 2008.
Okay. So the case was scheduled next to be in court on November 3rd?
Correct.
For a pretrial hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Scanning down to the second page of this document, are we able to see here a disposition of that charge?
Yeah, it looks like it was dismissed at the request of the victim.
Okay. And on the top right, do we see what date it was dismissed at the request of the victim?
11/3 of 2008.
Okay, by Judge Walsh.
It looks like yes.
Do you also see the words here, accord and satisfaction filed and allowed? Handwritten.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And a notation of Commonwealth on no position?
Yes.
Okay. Just looking for a yes or no, are you aware of what an accord and satisfaction is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna scan down to page number 3 here. Do you recognize this as essentially an accord and satisfaction?
Yes.
Okay. Titled here, a motion to discharge the defendant and dismiss the complaint, correct?
Correct.
Can you read that aloud where it says now comes?
Now comes Anne Marie Rintala, the alleged victim in the above
Hey, White
referenced
Rabbit.
complaint, and hereby moves this honorable court to dismiss count 1 of this complaint alleging assault and battery against the defendant pursuant to Mass General Laws 276, Section 55. As reasons therefore, Anne Marie Rintala asserts that she has reached an agreement with the defendant. Further, Anne Marie Rintala states that the satisfaction did not include monetary compensation.
Okay. Do we see a couple of signatures there purportedly by Anna Marie and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, on the November 3rd date?
Correct.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that this document is what caused the case to be dismissed?
Yes.
Thank you. You can resume your seat, Chief. Thank you.
What? Like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, 2 years before
Now going back to your
the crime, did she get a
interaction with
restraining
the
order?
defendant on September
They were
27th,
living together
2008, you
again.
indicated that at some point she
But
said
they
she
didn't
would
even-
happen to Anne Marie if I told you.
She didn't kick down the
that she
door and
did,
kill him.
Correct.
That's correct.
Her.
And you responded that she would be charged as well.
That's correct.
And do you know whether or not any steps were taken by your police department or you to initiate that?
We did. We did a report and filed an application for a criminal complaint against Anne Marie.
And do you know whether or not a complaint ever issued against Anne Marie?
I do not believe that it did.
Oh, so there's a criminal complaint about Anne Marie.
Chief, are you familiar with?
Are they going to talk about that?
I am.
And what is that to you?
A mandated reporter is somebody who, by the nature of their job,
Probably better
is
to-
required to
they do it,
report
instead of,
subjects abuse.
Okay.
The porcupine.
And as a police officer, are you a mandated reporter?
I was, yes.
Okay. All through your career?
Correct.
Okay. And who would the reports of abuse need to be made to?
To the Department of Children and Families.
Okay. Previously called the Department of Social
Social
Services?
Services.
Okay. And in your career, have you had occasion to file those many times?
I have.
Okay. In this specific case on September 27, 2008, did you file a report with the Department of Children and Families?
We did.
And why did you do that?
We did so because of the altercation that occurred and that Brianna was there for it and witnessed it.
Okay. And as a result of you being a mandated reporter?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of that report that you filed with the Department of Children and Families, what information, if any, at the time did you get about what happened to that?
When we file it, there initially is no indication. We usually make a phone call and we fax it. And then usually we would hear back at some point, whether it was screened in or screened out.
Okay. Beyond finding out if it was screened in or screened out, do you get reports or the substance of any investigation or interviews that they have?
Not that I recall.
I could just want to have a moment now.
God,
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Chief.
all right, Rosemary.
Come on, Rosie. Give him hell.
You better.
Point.
Right.
I have a few questions for you. So on this incident, when Anne-Marie Rintala came to the police station, she got there first, fair to say, right?
Yes,
Okay. And she gave her statement, whatever that was, first, right?
she did.
And you didn't see any marks on her, is that right?
That's correct.
So it wasn't
she
the
had
other
nothing to corroborate whatever it is she said, it was just her word, right?
That's correct.
And very often that's what happens in these restraining order situations, is that somebody tells you what happens and you're the police and you try to protect the person who's saying that they got hurt, whether they're telling the truth or not, is that right?
I think we try to determine if that person is telling the truth, and yes, we try to protect people, sure.
Okay, so in this case, when Anne-Marie Rintala got to the police station first, she asked for a complaint to issue against Cara Rintala, is that right?
That's not correct.
Did,
Oh.
No.
Did she tell you, she gave you information, right?
She did.
Okay, and as a result of that, you went and talked to Cara, is that right?
Correct.
And Cara stayed there the whole time, is that right?
She did.
And then you went back down and spoke to Anne-Marie again, right?
Yes.
And then you spoke to Cara again, right?
Hey,
And
Shenanagram.
then you made the decision to arrest
See
Cara
you later,
Rintala,
Greedy.
is that
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Okay,
I agree.
and when you arrested Cara Rintala, she was upset, right?
She was.
And that's pretty normal, that when you're gonna arrest someone, people get upset, right? No one's happy to be arrested, right?
I would say that's right.
She's always
Okay.
hot.
And so there wasn't an abnormal reaction that someone's upset that you're saying you're gonna get arrested, right?
I don't think it's abnormal that people that are told they're going to be placed under arrest generally are upset.
Okay. And in this case, with respect to what happened here, when Cara Rintala found out that she was gonna be arrested, she asked you some questions about what would happen if she told you that Anne Marie had assaulted her, right?
She did. That was after she told me that nothing physical had happened, yes.
That wasn't my question. My question is that she told you that Anne Marie had assaulted her, right?
She told me that in the booking room afterwards, yes.
Okay. And you actually saw physical manifestations of a mark on her neck, right?
That's correct.
And she told you that Anne Marie did that, right?
She did.
Okay. So you had enough
I was-
evidence
I
right
was
there to
correct.
arrest Anne Marie, right?
I did, yes.
Okay. And Cara asked you not to do that, right?
She did.
Okay. And she said she didn't want Anne Marie arrested because she was concerned for Brianna, right? She didn't want Brianna to be in a situation where both her parents were under arrest, right?
No, I don't believe she said that.
She did.
I don't think so.
Well, do you remember?
Do you remember? So she has proof he said that earlier.
Mm-hmm. I love her feistiness because all these people are a bunch of D-bags.
Yeah, Shenanagram is, and she's from Boston, so she's kind of an a-hole alone on her
remember-
accent,
Cara Rintala speaking to you about her concern for Brianna that night.
and she
Yes,
gets
she-
really angry
And do you
because
remember you
they try to
explaining
do
to her
stuff.
that
That's
she
not
had the
okay.
right to,
Yeah.
to explain whatever it was that she believed that Anne Marie did to her, right?
That's correct.
And as a result, after having explained that, you then explained to her her right to get a restraining order, is that right?
Yes.
And you gave her the same exact information that you gave Anne Marie Rintala regarding getting a restraining order, right?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not Cara Rintala sought a restraining order that night?
Hey, Shizzy.
And
Shizzy.
do you know whether or not that night, did you have any conversation about arresting Anne Marie Rintala?
I had a conversation about not arresting Anne Marie Rintala with Cara in the booking room, yes.
Okay, and that's because Cara asked you not to, right? Not because she wasn't assaulted, but she asked you not to, right?
No, that's not why.
What
Is
happened
that why
then?
she asked you?
That's not why I didn't arrest her.
I'm not asking you why you made your decision, I'm asking you what Cara said to you.
I don't recall Cara telling me that she didn't want her arrested.
You don't recall that at all?
I don't.
Okay, so as you're there that night, so you have physical evidence that Anne Marie Rintala assaulted Cara Rintala, and you didn't arrest her?
We did not.
And you had no physical evidence that Cara Rintala assaulted Anne-Marie Rintala, but you arrested her, right?
That's correct.
And in this
Good
case, you talked a
job.
little bit about, you talked a little bit about the restraining order that got issued, in this case for Anne-Marie Rintala, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Anne-Marie Rintala, it's fair to say when those restraining orders get issued, especially over the phone, it's all done just on the word of the person who's saying that they were assaulted, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said at one point you believed that Cara Rintala was ordered not to go back to the residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you look at number 3 and see whether or not it's checked in the boxes of the restraining order, sir?
It's not checked.
Bobby, stop.
And usually it would be checked if you were ordered not to go back to the residence, right?
It would be checked, yes.
But it's not checked there, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But
But
he
you told Cara
testified that
Rintala
she
the
was.
order said she couldn't go back to the residence, right?
That's because that was what was ordered by the judge.
It's not on a piece of paper.
No, I believe that was a typo or it was missed.
Oh,
Well, the judge signed it, right?
The judge doesn't sign that.
You guys signed it.
Correct.
But you don't check box 3 that says she can't go to the residence, right?
No, normally we would have it. But
I'm not asking you what normally you would do. I'm asking you about that night, sir. Did you check box 3 that says she can't go back to the apartment? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And that was the actual order, right?
There was some confusion as to why it wasn't checked, and it should have been checked.
But it's not.
On this copy, it's not, no.
Was there another copy where it's checked that I don't have?
I don't know that there is.
So the
I
only
love
copy
this
that
woman.
exists, there's no order that says she can't go back to the house. Is that fair to say?
It's just not checked. That's fair to say.
Okay. And it normally would be checked if there was an order from the court. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And in this case, sir, you said that at some point, because this order issued, that there was a telephone call to a judge, and an order that issued sort of electronically or telephonically over the phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's all based on whatever it is that Anne-Marie Rintala said, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, Cara Rintala's side of the story doesn't get told at all. Is that right?
That's right.
And nothing was told to the judge about Cara Rintala having marks on her neck consistent with her having been assaulted by Anne-Marie Rintala. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if that was told to the judge or not. That's would be fair to say.
Okay, so it's not there, it's not contained anywhere, and you don't have any way of knowing that if the judge, because normally you only get one side, right?
That's
The whole
correct.
purpose of an ex parte order. Just the person who's making the complaint is the one who controls the information, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what happened in this case, right?
Correct, yes.
And it happens in every case of an ex parte restraining order. The person making the complaint is the one who is the only one who the judge listens to that night. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when the order issued, it issues for a very short period of time to give the other party, the party that's being complained against, the opportunity to come into court and be heard, right?
Correct.
And it's that return date, that 29th, when you're going to come back in to be heard. And that's the first time that Cara Rintala would have had an opportunity to speak to the court about her side of the story. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's usually called a return date, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, on the return date, Anne-Marie Rintala decided not to go forward. Is that right?
That's correct.
She dismissed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cara Rintala never got the opportunity to tell the court her side of the story. Is that right?
I don't know if she did or she didn't. I wasn't there.
Okay. But in any event, the restraining order gets dismissed. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you talked a little bit about being a mandated reporter, and the fact that when you're a mandated reporter, anytime that there's a child involved and that there appears to be some issue between parents or crimes that may have been committed or at least alleged, you have to report that to DSS. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
It is, yes.
Okay. And when you reported to DSS, what happened? Were you aware, or when were you aware that they screened the report out?
I don't remember when I was aware of whether they did or they didn't.
So you didn't follow up?
No.
Okay.
We
Were
wouldn't
you
know.
ever aware when DSS interviewed Anne-Marie Rintala that she stated that?
What?
She wanted to ask what she said to DSS, but he didn't follow up on it, so you can't talk about it. Well, I like every time the porcupine goes on attack because she turns it around that they never ever looked into if it was Anne-Marie who was the violent one.
No.
She was she stepped through the door first, so she won.
Yeah.
as they always do in these kind of cases.
Even though Cara had marks.
Yeah. So that seems kind of like, again, we just point the finger and then you're guilty. And that's a big problem in cases like with spousal abuse, because if you just believe the person coming forward, even though the other person have marks indicating a scuffle and the other person have no marks, that seems weird. And conveniently forgetting to put something on the restraining order, that's just a mistake. This police department, I know it's filled with part-time workers and former school officers, but still, it doesn't seem like they have too much control over anything.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I like the porcupine. She really hits him.
Does.
So sorry, I'm going to ask you, with respect to the 51A that mandated reporters filed in this case, you said that you weren't aware of what happened to that?
After I filed it,
Yes.
I'm not sure what happened to it.
So as you say today, you don't know that it was dismissed?
I don't know that, no.
No one ever told you it was dismissed?
I don't know that anybody told me that it was dismissed or that it went forward to anything past what I
It was screened out. You learned that at some point, didn't you, sir? It was screened out.
I don't remember if it was screened out or not.
So in all the times that you came in here to testify, nobody ever asked you to look at any of the DSS reports?
I know that they exist.
And you looked at them, right?
I know that they exist. I have not looked at one.
You haven't looked at one DSS report. You're the one who made the complaint, and you haven't looked at any DSS reports.
No, I've seen a DSS report. I know it exists, but I have not read it.
Well,
DSP? Hopefully
when you
not.
saw the DSS report, did you see the part that said that Anne Marie made a claim against the Granby Police Department?
Is that the total question?
I'm sorry?
Is that the end of the question?
No, I was going to continue the question.
Okay, so sustained.
Well, when you saw the file, can you just read this paragraph to yourself, please, sir?
Which paragraph?
The one highlighted, one on the top, highlighted in orange.
Ooh, what necklaces she got on today?
No shenanigram. It's not, but still, if you just believe the first person who says the other person is bad, if your ex has gone into the police and said, yeah, she beats me all the time,
Sir, is
she
that
didn't leave any
refreshing
marks,
As to whether or not
that would be just as unfair.
you ever learned of complaints that Anne Marie Rintala made against the Granby Police
Sustained.
Department?
Sustained.
Sir, does it refresh your memory as to the DSS file?
No,
It doesn't.
no.
Okay, sir. In
He's such a
terms of
liar.
the DSS file, you knew you were coming in here to testify today, right?
I did.
And you knew you were the one who had filed the 51A, right?
Correct.
You knew you were going to be asked questions about it, right?
About my part in it, yes.
And you never looked at the file, is that
I never
fair to
looked,
say, sir?
the only file that I looked
Or
at,
you never looked at the file, is that fair to say?
And that's going to be allowed to answer the question.
Cross-examination.
Yes, he just has to, you could ask a question, just give him enough time to get his answer out, and then you can ask your next one. Go, if you could just ask.
Answer the
or
question
answer the
instead
last
of
question,
just
sir,
talking.
If you
Yeah,
recall it.
he's trying to
I don't
explain,
recall.
over
Okay, if you
explain.
can ask the question again.
Sure. Even though you knew you were coming in here and you were going to be asked questions about the 51A, you never looked at the file. Is that fair to say, sir?
No, that's not fair to say.
It's not.
No.
But you can't tell us today what the file said, right?
I know that,
Or you can't tell us today what the file said, right?
well, you just showed it to me. Now I can tell you what that said.
Okay, what does it say?
Sustained.
Sir, when I showed you this document, it's the first time you ever saw this document with the allegation.
I don't believe I've ever heard or seen that before.
Okay. But nobody was hiding the DSS file from you, right? You could have looked at it anytime you wanted.
I guess I could have.
Okay, and you didn't in this case, right?
I did not.
Even though you knew you were going to be asked about it, right?
I didn't know I was going to be asked about something that didn't exist. I didn't know existed.
Oh my God.
I don't understand.
You knew it
I-
existed, but you didn't
You-
know you
no.
were going to be asked.
51A report.
Yes.
I know that that existed. I know what I put in that report existed.
Right.
The report that you just showed me is something that I didn't have any involvement in. I didn't create it. I didn't really, so it didn't involve me. That's how I looked at it. So to answer your question, no, I was not aware of that.
But you,
Just to,
oh, this man, I want to slap him.
I like that she's bitchy because he's not answering. And a lot of times I wish more lawyers were bitchy because they kind of drag out the time and fill a lot of things into their answers so the jury doesn't get what she wants put out there. This man didn't do anything. He knew everything about this report and he knew he was going to be asked about it. But if you don't read it, you can't testify to it. And they really don't want to have him testified about whichever lawsuit Anne Maria made against the Granby Police Department. So it's better for him to jump on his bike and just pedal for hours, like me when I'm trying to keep a stream together. It's just pedaling without saying anything, because she wants straight answers. But as we clearly have seen since she got the word, when she got the possibility, no, when she started asking him questions, it wasn't quite as clear cut as he made it at the beginning, and it suddenly I understand why she got upset, because she was the one with the marks on him and she's the one getting arrested just because the other one walked through the door first. And he doesn't even know whatever happened with the reports he's filing. So I like her being bitchy. And as people have said in other streams, it's a Boston thing. Up there, they speak kind of like that. I don't know. I've never been to Boston, but yeah.
Also, I mean, Iris, I respect your opinion, but like, how many cases have we seen where we wanted them to like be a little more aggressive? Because if you just like let him say, well, I don't know, I don't know, and you go, oh, okay, and you just move on, like, it's so more annoying to me, because it's like, no, pin him down, make him look stupid, because to me he looks stupid. Every answer out of his mouth now, I don't believe a word he said.
Yeah, he knew there would be a report because he was the one who reached out to them. But again, if you don't read it, you can't testify to it.
Yeah.
And exactly like this, when you have your when you have the one you believe that it did it, just keep looking at whatever can prove it's them, not if it could have been anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's direct, but it comes off a bit bitchy because she's yelling a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I like it. So.
Yeah.
Because I think all of these people are just, they're just like they're just feeding the narrative of the state, and that's all. And then
And again, Zach's attorney should have been more willing to fight, because she had them in the rope sometimes, but when Schroeder started talking about when he and Jesus was on the Temple Mount and he was holding his donkey while Jesus was flipping the tables, she kind of backed off instead of just going back and attack. And again, you have to remember which area are you in, because as I believe in Massachusetts, they're kind of direct, so you can be a little more direct than you might be in Michigan or Alabama. And it's just like the good old boys, like we saw in the Murdoch trial, where, well, we as city folks, we don't go down them hollers too often. It wouldn't work in Massachusetts. That might be working down there south of Mason-Dixon. So again, you speak to your audience, and there's probably some people in the jury who has said, "Forget about it" to their taxi driver this morning. Sorry.
oh my god.
Yeah, but again, I can see why he does it, because he just want to filibuster and take all the time he can and try to get away from. He didn't do his job.
Yep.
I'm not going to pull that up, Lefty. I don't do accents. I don't do geology either. It wasn't a sudden accent because that would be racist.
I was gonna say that too, Iris. Forget about it. It's more New York.
I don't know what they say in Boston. Mark.
I
Well,
don't really.
Police department, right?
Apparently it does, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the Granby Police Department, sir,
Finish
you
the garden
know-
work.
as far as this allegation is concerned, whether or not, without talking about what the allegation is, you know if the allegation about the Granby Police Department was ever communicated to anybody in the Granby Police Department?
I don't recall that it ever was.
Okay. And you know that usually when you file these 61As, they get screened out fairly quickly, right? Because the safety of the child is at stake, right?
I don't know. I can't say that I know how quickly they get screened in or screened out.
You know, in this case, that
Wicked
the
Bishop.
claim, the allegation of
That's
61A
probably
was screened
something I
out
shouldn't
within a
say
day or
on
two.
screen.
I do not know that.
But you could have found it in the file, you just didn't look.
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, Your Honor.
May.
Just in terms of that question, Chief, in terms of looking at quote unquote the file, in terms of what is at the Granby Police Station and the file there, does it include follow-up reports that may or may not have been completed by the Department of Children and Families?
To my recollection, at the time, that.
Yeah, they have the
It's not
nicest
part of
people
it.
down south of Mason-Dixon
Now,
because White Rapids is down there.
Yeah, actually in regards to box 3 on that.
She is
restraining
pretty
order
awesome.
In terms of whether or not there was a
Yeah.
vacate order at 18 Barton
The
Street.
expert is a lucky man.
I do, yes.
And
He is.
apparently 18 Barton Street is written into number 3.
It is.
Okay, but the checkbox was not marked.
It was not. It was an error.
Can you just describe how you know that the judge made the order when it was not noted as a checkbox on that form?
Because I spoke with the officer who spoke with the judge. and clarified it.
So that's hearsay.
Move to strike.
No, this is a reaction to cross-examination to clarify how he has that.
Spoke with the officer that spoke with the judge. Come on.
Right, so it's being introduced.
I don't know how far over
His
the
knowledge
Mason-Dixon
or state of
goes.
mind.
I just heard
So
it in
he
some
heard somebody else
cartoon.
say that somebody else said.
I understand that, but it's not.
But
being
you're great too,
introduced
Irish.
for its truth,
You
it's
changed
simply
your
being
name for me.
introduced, For this witness's state of mind at the time, so I will
Nope,
allow it for that.
That's the
purpose.
truth.
Can I answer the question, Chief? if you're
You asked it
sure?
one more time, sorry.
Sure. How do you know that the judge made that order to vacate the home if it's not checked on the form?
Because I clarified with the officer who the order was issued to.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant, when you were explaining the terms of the restraining order, that she was ordered to vacate and stay away from 18 Barton Street until the return date 2 days later on that restraining order?
I did very clearly, several times.
Teresa Capiccio asked you about the decision not to arrest
Grazie mille.
Anna Marie after Cara made an allegation against her. Do you remember
Grazie
those
mille.
questions?
She did, yes.
And you don't remember Carrie making a specific request not to arrest Anna Marie, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Why did you not arrest Anna Marie?
We did not arrest Anne Marie because generally speaking, we try not to make dual arrests, both parents when a child is involved.
So why didn't you?
So in most
Arrest Anne Marie and
circumstances,
let Cara
we try to
go.
figure out who was the aggressor,
Exactly.
the
It make-
person at the time, and you move forward with that.
It doesn't make
pick
any
one.
sense.
The idea is that it's in
Toss
the
a
best interest
coin,
of the
I mean,
child that both
Yeah,
children-
let's.
sorry, both parents.
And I know shenanigram. I shouldn't say that,
So
but
was
let
the
the
decision
ones
that
with
you
the
made
marks
based on the
stay out.
facts and procedures.
That's correct.
Just because she walks in the front door first doesn't mean she
I
couldn't
believe,
have done anything bad.
You indicated in response to Attorney Scavicchio's questions that generally it's not abnormal for people to be upset when they're arrested, correct?
That's correct.
And that's something that you see, people are upset when
There
they're
you
arrested,
go.
right?
That's right.
Would you describe the defendant's reaction when you told her that she was being arrested as abnormal?
I thought it was, yes.
And what?
What
about
are
it
you
made
talking
you
about?
believe that?
Her
Sorry, sir. It's abnormal. She gets upset when you're telling her she's arrested after her wife had made a pretty big red mark on her neck. And she's probably not really keen on going to prison. If you will join me on Stab Your Day, I will find some police videos of people who get really, really upset maybe even abnormally upset when they are told they are arrested. It's not just someone who says, "No, you're not going to do that. No, you're not going to do that," and then follow along and let you arrest them.
Well, then his statement earlier was they asked him, "Is it abnormal for people to get upset if you arrest them?" No. Okay, but it's abnormal for her to get upset.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Just, this is what I'm talking about. Whoa.
Because you want to show how bad of a person she was, the one who, again, we don't know the facts, apparently was attacked by the woman who got the restraining order against her. So it's really, really important that the jury doesn't take this as an indication of anything, but let's just spend 2 hours talking about this restraining order that was removed within 2 days, more than a year before the murder. Because
And the judge had to make a comment about it. So even more so, it's just the stupidest thing to say, oh, don't really pay too much attention to this, but pay attention to it.
yeah, it's not important at all, but let's just talk about it for an hour.
Yep.
And this is why I don't like prosecutors who does stuff like this. It's because you have a really bad case. If you had any proof that she had a violent relationship with her, you had put that into it. Talk about how she came to work all smacked up, or how she was complaining to her work boyfriend that she got beaten every single day. You have a 2-year-old restraining order that was pulled within 48 hours, and the alleged perpetrator had physical marks indicating she was attacked.
Mhm.
But it's clear that the jury shouldn't consider this as any indication of how Cara treated Anne-Marie. Let's just talk about it.
Her demeanor towards me changed. It was a stark change. It was shocking. It was very aggressive. She looked right through me. It's the only
Titties.
way I can describe it. It was like, I'm not a big guy, but she's not. It was very.
I love closed caption.
Very aggressive. She looked right through me.
Abnormal.
It's the only way I can describe it. It was like, I'm not a big
Abnormal
guy, but
titties.
she's not a big person either. And she looked at me like she was
Objection,
6.
Your Honor.
Oh my God, is he serious right now?
Yeah, now he can read her mind. She was really,
Okay.
really, she was such an attacking person.
Okay, well,
She looked at me like
I'm not going to
I'm
strike
not a
any
big.
portion
Oh
of the
my God.
answer, but
Yeah.
he can't go any further with it.
Understood. Did you determine that it was abnormal and not within your common experience?
Yes.
What are you talking about? I
This,
really hate this guy. I hate him.
Abnormal? Remember testifying before in this case?
Yep.
oh,
Yes, I testified before. Yes.
Okay, you remember testifying on September 22nd of 2016?
If that's the date, yes.
You remember being asked the question, and it's not an unusual thing for you to experience in these situations, talking about somebody getting arrested. And your answer being, in situations where people find out they're under arrest, they can be upset, they can cry, they can be angry, sure. Remember saying that?
I did.
Okay. And so, that's the normal reaction, upset, angry, cry,
no,
right?
no, that's very
Can be the normal
abnormal.
reaction. Yes.
Well, you just said it was a normal reaction. Didn't you say that before, sir? Didn't you say those words when you testified previously? Let me just, this is page 77, lines 15 and 16. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
I love the porcupine.
Sure.
I do too. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, highlight.
Sack of
You
shit.
want me to read it out loud? You said.
No, read them to yourself.
Okay.
Now, sir, you were being asked questions about a reaction, a normal reaction of somebody having been arrested, right?
Yes.
And
Wolfie.
you never saw Cara Rintala become physically aggressive with you, is that right?
She did not attempt to assault me or anything like that. No.
Okay. And she was angry, right?
She was.
Because she was being arrested, right? Maybe wrongfully so, right?
I would say that she was upset because she was told she was being arrested.
Okay. And That's not an unusual thing for you to experience in these situations, is it? That people get angry when they're going to get arrested, right?
I wouldn't say that it's
Or just
unusual.
my question.
You just
It's not an
testified
unusual
to it.
thing for you to experience that people get angry when they're getting arrested. That's a yes or no.
Objection.
What are you objecting to?
You can't object to it.
Question or the last part about limiting the witness to a yes or no answer.
Limiting the witness.
So that is, to that extent, it's sustained.
Why?
So, sir, you remember saying in 2016, in situations where people find out they're under arrest, they
They
can be upset,
did
they can
start a
cry, they
procedure
can be
against
angry
her.
for sure. Remember saying that?
I did say that.
And you were under oath when you said that, right, sir?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
So you just, again,
Okay.
and this,
Um,
I'm sorry, this is my problem with this case. Every time the porcupine asks people, did you say this previously? Because you just changed your explanation. No, I just don't remember. Then she shows them the court transcripts and said, oh yeah, no, yeah, I said that. He just turned it up a bit again, that it was abnormal to be upset when you get arrested. Again, on Saturdays at around 9 a.m., we do stabby days. I'm finding you some videos you can come and watch on Saturday, because then you can see people get really upset, maybe abnormally upset, but getting upset and say, you don't arrest me for this when your wife beat you. Don't lie. Don't try to paint her in a bad picture. Give her a fair trial. That's all I'm asking for.
may I step down?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous.
Should be the truth.
And then start in with the, she's not a small lady, but she looked at me like trying to get all this
Could you
BS
sit a
in
little
there.
bit closer to the microphone so we all can hear you? Could you please state your name and spell it for the jurors, please?
Why is everybody 90 years old?
Lynnmenard.
And Ms. Menard, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work?
Granby Police Department.
And what is your job at the Granby Police Department?
I am a dispatcher.
How
I
long
knew
have you
that
been
they
a
were just going
dispatcher
to
for
roll
Granby?
in all these people.
35 years.
And have you held that position during that entire time?
Yes.
Could you describe, please, your duties as a dispatcher at Granby Police?
I answer calls and dispatch officers.
The case is only 13 years old. I didn't think everybody'd be 90 now.
No, and now they're gonna pull in a dispatcher, and is she gonna testify to when the police was called to the scene, or is she gonna testify to some previous 911 call where allegedly something was said in the background because someone had a domestic disturbance? Again, tainting the jury, and I really hope it's the week before the murder, not 2 effing years before the murder.
In addition to dispatching officers, do you sometimes dispatch other?
I also dispatch ambulance and fire.
Okay. At the Granby Police Station, I guess speaking now, how many dispatchers
Did you watch the
work there?
Bradley Young case with the people who
Okay, and has that
who
been
were
the
supposed to
case
catch him if he
fairly
ran?
consistently over the time that you
Yeah.
worked there?
For the majority of them.
Okay, what shift do you normally work?
I normally work 7 to 3, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.,
Any particular days of the week?
Monday through Friday.
Okay. Are you aware of how many 911 calls there are at the Granby Police Station?
No,
Okay, more than one?
more than one.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there,
stupid
or do
question.
you work alone at times, or do you work with another dispatcher?
I work alone.
Okay.
No, we
If
don't
you
get
have
any.
to step away from the desk.
I
for any
haven't-
period of time,
I
as
worked
a
there for 15
dispatcher,
years,
you
never
know
had
your
one.
shifts up to 3
Never had
o'clock,
one.
still on.
Best job I ever
Call an
had.
Officer in, they sit the desk. for me.
Okay, and so they cover
What a stupid.
whenever you need to step away.
I hate this
In
prosecutor.
terms of the 911 calls, are you aware that they're recorded?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what about business lines at the Granby Police Station? As a
PlayStation.
dispatcher, do you also answer business lines?
Yes, I do.
And that could be anyone calling in just to the general number?
Yes.
Are those calls to your knowledge recorded?
No, they're not.
What about calls that you make from the dispatch station out from the PD? Do you know whether or not those are recorded?
They are not recorded.
Now, is it as a dispatcher, when a 911 call specifically comes into your station, what kind of information are you trying to obtain from the caller?
The address, the name, what emergency they need, what services.
Okay. And what do you, how do you take in that information and what do you do with it?
I read it on the screen or talk to the person, and then I relay it to the officers.
And in terms of, you indicated that you dispatch police, you dispatch ambulance, and you dispatch fire, correct?
Correct.
And how do
Yeah,
you
his
decide which
rosaries,
of
you
those
can just grab his
services you will
rosaries.
dispatch to any given 911 call?
If it's a medical emergency, the ambulance would be dispatched. If it was an accident, both medical and fire would be dispatched. And if it was a criminal matter, the police would be dispatched.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term abandoned 911 call?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of what that is?
An abandoned 911 call is when someone calls 911 and then hangs up right away.
So no communication at all on the line?
No communication.
And have you received abandoned 911 calls as a dispatcher?
Yes, I have.
Many?
Oh, so there's a 911 call where she doesn't talk, but you can hear
terms
stuff in
of
the
What
background.
information, if any, you have when an abandoned 911 call comes in, what information do you receive?
If it's a landline call, we get their name, their address, and their phone number,
Okay, even if there's no communication with the
even
caller?
if there's no communication.
What if it's a cell phone?
Now we don't get it. We get the nearest cell tower.
Okay. In
We
terms,
still get phone number,
you get the phone number,
the
but not
phone
the
number, but not the
location?
address.
Okay. In terms of your protocol of what you do when an abandoned 911 call comes in, what do you do?
I call the number back to find out what the emergency was.
Okay, and does sometimes people answer those callbacks
Sometimes they do,
and sometimes not?
sometimes not.
Okay. Regardless of whether or not you're able to make communication on callback, do you dispatch the police officers?
Yes, I do.
Why do you do that?
Every 911 call should get a police response.
Okay, so even if you're not able to communicate with them, that's your typical protocol?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention specifically to the date of May 12th, 2009. Do you remember working as a dispatcher on that date?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember if you were working the daytime on a weekday? as you
She,
typically
he
do?
didn't do that at all.
Specifically at
Yeah.
12:09 PM on that
Someone
date,
stole his
do you remember
shoes.
receiving an abandoned 911 call?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, what do you remember happened when you answered that 911 line?
There was no one there.
Okay, but the call had come in.
The call had come in and there was no one there.
Did you receive any information about that call?
I received the address and the phone number.
Okay, do you remember what address you received?
18 Barton Street
In Granby?
in Granby.
Okay, and your system registered that information?
Yes.
As a result of receiving that call, what did you do?
I dispatched the officers.
Okay. And did you do anything else in terms of your own work in the station?
I tried calling the number back.
And what, whenever you called the number back, what were the results?
I heard screaming and then the call was disconnected.
Okay, so on the call back, the line was open?
Yes.
Okay, and you could hear screaming on the other end?
What kind of
Were you
screen?
able to make out anything about the screaming in terms of male or female voices?
No,
Number of voices?
no,
So
Any
you don't even
words?
know.
no words.
How long would you say
You
that?
don't have to
the
man
line
So-
was
or woman.
open before it
Do
went
they have the
screaming?
Couple
recording,
of seconds.
which she
Okay.
didn't
And
hear
in terms
anything
of
on,
how the
and
line
then they fixed
disconnected,
the
was that
audio so
something
you can
did
hear
on
it?
Your end, or that was something done?
Kind of like
That was on the other end.
pins to Zoom.
She
What
couldn't
did
tell
you
if it was
do
a man
next?
or a woman
I
or
called
what
back
was being
again.
said or what was happening.
And
Why
was
is
the
she
line
here?
open that second time?
Could be a
Yes.
kid that was
And did
crying.
someone specifically answer and speak to you?
Yes.
Can you describe what you heard?
Yeah. Could be a screaming baby.
Yeah, these
Yeah,
are
it's
statements
child.
of the defendant. She doesn't know that. May we approach?
She doesn't know that. Exactly.
Is it what the if? She didn't hear anything. She testified, I didn't hear anything. Turn down the. She testified she didn't hear anything, and it was a few seconds. If someone else cleaned up the audio and listened to it again, and told her about it. She can't testify to that. Then they have to play the audio recording. She doesn't know anything about what's on. She testified she didn't hear anything. I'm getting tired of this.
Well, she said she called back and the defendant, well, someone
Yeah, but
answered,
she-
told her something, but like
No,
that
no,
guy
no, no.
said
She
doesn't know.
said she called back. The line was open. She heard screaming,
Yeah, but then
but she
they
couldn't hear what was said.
said she called back again or something like
No.
that.
The call was dropped. Then she called back. The call was picked up. She heard screaming, and it took a couple of seconds. She couldn't hear what was being screamed, or if it was male or female. So S
Oh.
to the A to the A. I can't spell shenanigans.
I just heard his objection, so I was wondering because he said, well, she doesn't know it was the defendant because
Yeah, because she was trying to get her to testify to what's on the tape.
Yeah.
I believe. Smart.
Ms.
Thank you.
Menard, I asked you, once the line became open, you were able to have a conversation with an individual, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if it sounded to be a female or male voice?
A female.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with that individual?
She said her daughter was playing with the phone and it hit her in the head. It hit her. Hit the phone.
Her daughter was playing with the phone and it hit her in the head?
Yes.
Okay. Did the person that you were speaking to identify themselves?
Mrs. Rintala.
Mrs.
that's
Rintala?
Mrs. Okay.
Did they provide a first name?
No.
Okay.
Then you don't know.
During the
You
course
don't
of
know who
that
it
call, the
was.
second callback that I'm talking about, did you hear anything else said by anyone on that line?
I heard just leave, just leave.
And did that appear to be the same voice that you had been speaking to about
Oh
the
my
phone
God.
calling on the child?
Yes.
This is stupid.
How would you describe the tone of voice of that individual?
Action. How do you know the tone of voice?
Oh my God.
Tone up.
You may answer.
Let's get Dr. G in
Stern.
here.
Oh.
Do you remember any other conversation or words that you heard coming from the other line of that call?
No.
What happened to that call?
The call was disconnected
Again,
again.
do you know about how long it was open on the second occasion?
Maybe a minute.
Okay.
Mm,
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
all-
They have the
um,
tape.
Now, I think you indicated previously that when you get a abandoned 911 call, you always dispatch the police officers.
Yes,
Do you remember in this situation, on this 911 call, if you had dispatched officers?
I did.
Do you know who specifically was dispatched by you?
Sergeant Wishart, Detective Fenn, and Officer Jason Richard.
And did you specifically dispatch them to 18 Barton Street?
Yes, I did.
So
And
the
other
same
than dispatching the officers, and
same
perhaps,
police officer who
communicating
was
with them
just there.
about their response, did you have any further involvement after that point?
Wishart.
No additional call back to the residents?
No.
Now, Ms. Menard, you indicated that the date of this 911 call was May 12, 2009.
Yes.
Well, let's hear the tape because they have it.
Showing the presenter was been marked as exhibit number 40.
They don't know who answered the phone.
Have you seen this document before?
It was Miss Rintala.
Yeah.
At the
Oh,
last
there's
call.
two Miss Rintalas.
You've seen
You
it, right?
showed,
Sustained.
Just a simple yes or no, have you seen this document before?
yes.
Okay. And do you recognize it to be a divorce filing?
We've seen.
What?
Yes.
So, why is the dispatcher being questioned about? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a policeman.
I don't
Woman.
understand that at all.
How the F are they? Why is she supposed to testify to a divorce proceeding? She's a dispatcher. She knows about 911 calls. Play the 911 call and say, "Is that the voice you heard?" Yes, it was. Is that the screaming you heard? Yep. Heard it all night long, and I dispatched these 3 officers. Why the F is she going to testify at a divorce?
Have you?
Do we have? I asked Dave to come on. He might come on in the afternoon. He could probably.
I would like a little insight.
I would like a
what- the
lawyer to
stuff that
tell me
they've been
what the.
showing and why are they allowed to bring this stuff up?
It's,
I mean, the judge is supposed to be the gatekeeper, and he's
Yeah.
not. He's driving me crazy right now.
Yeah, This is all the way stupid. It's yeah. Dr. Spiegel is gonna come in here and testify that he watched a movie so he can tell that Rintala was dyslexic. This
lady
I'm-
heard a voice on the phone, and she's supposed to determine everything about this woman and her demeanor. Like, give me a goddamn break.
Yeah, and now she's going to testify what's written in divorce papers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they're not allowed to do it, and if you have the time and you have the expertise, please, I can send you a link. Because I don't understand why would the prosecution? I know they want to put it in front of the jury, and they can't keep it out because we have talked about them being in a divorce. The defense brought it up, but why the hell would you use a dispatcher to talk about it?
Try to get it in, yeah.
Well, we don't have any expertise. We just yell at the television.
Yeah, I'm just yelling because I think it's stupid. Like,
yeah. Well, but still, your guess is as good as mine. I'm just getting really frustrated that, again, if you have the evidence, show us the evidence. If you don't have the evidence, don't just try to make shenanigans. This is the 4th time you're doing this trial. The 4th. There's a reason the first 2, after watching these proceedings, there's a reason the first 2 ended in a mistrial. Yeah, you can come on have to stop speaking Danish. You can come on with Dave, and me and Jamie can go and just pound our heads into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they're saying you want a divorce, I'm gonna effing kill you in 2 years in the basement.
So true, though. I'm laughing because it's true.
Yeah. Shenanigram, that's why I started my YouTube channel. Just to have someone answer me back when I get angry and yell at the screen. But this is stupid.
Thank you, Aaron, for the questions of this witness.
Oh,
Yeah.
you didn't.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down.
And she doesn't even have any questions because you're useless. State, you suck.
This is
Your Honor,
stupid.
I have permission to publish for the jurors what's been marked as exhibit number 440 by displaying it on the TV screens.
You may. Members of the jury, the term publish is a term we use for some reason. It simply means that we're going to show you something. And so take a look at it, but keep in mind that because it's an exhibit, you will have it along with the other exhibits when it comes time to deliberate. So you will have all the time in the world.
Is it because the date lines up with the 911 call?
To view this document later.
Yeah. Well, she dispatched 3 people.
Know who it was, and when they called back, they said the baby was screaming, basically.
Yeah.
So I'm disgusted. It's so stupid.
And why are we looking at divorce papers? This is from when did this thing go into effect? July 08.
May 07?
On or about July 2008, and an irreversible breakdown. Oh, so it's 2 years before she's dead. This is granted in 2009, about a year before she's dead.
And they got back together.
This is clearly, and this is clearly directly connected to the murder. I can see although, yeah. And I believe it was Cara who asked for a divorce. So, yeah. It was Cara who wanted a divorce. Or what?
Because Anne Marie's racking up credit cards left and right. I'd be pissed at her too.
Yeah, if it's not an evidence of anything. It's just oh my God, they had a divorce proceeding and then they dismissed the divorce proceeding.
Perhaps this would be a good time to take our morning break. We got a late start, so we're gonna take a shorter break. So I will ask you to be back in 10 minutes. Which is roughly
Yeah, they will get it in,
11:30.
but again,
Called 11:35.
they're not allowed to talk about whatever they think it provides evidence for. So maybe they're going to bring it up in closing, I believe, because you can say whatever you want in closing, but this is just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
We just spent 2 minutes watching a divorce proceeding. We know they were divorced. We know they got back together. What does this have to do with the murder?
Yep.
I'm really getting annoyed with the prosecution. Yeah. Yep. But again, it's the fourth time you're throwing S at the wall. And you know the third time went really bad. The first 2 times were not good. And then the third time you were thrown out of Supreme Court.
Anything before we take our break?
Yeah.
And just so you know, I'm going to tell the jury that we're going to come back at 2:45, and that's because, as I understand it, we have a few quick matters, which is okay.
Oh, we're going to have a long break today, Jamie. I'm making lasagna.
So if I say 2:45, that's the reason. I understand.
Is it cooking right now?
No,
Maybe some way around even that, but
this was a short break. He doesn't go to break till 1. So I'm putting it in the oven shortly, but I prepared it yesterday, so now we can go live. But this trial, I like this trial because of the porcupine, but I really don't like the prosecution, and they were bad trying to get the fresh white paint in.
Mm-hmm.
They were bad about layman opinions about how the ceiling painting changes colors, because they knew all about that stuff. One of them had painted a ceiling sometime in his life. But this is just, why didn't they play the 911 call when they had the dispatcher there? That would be the perfect time. So she could say, was this that call you received? Yes. And then they can play it. So they're going to play it in the afternoon, or when?
They're playing they were supposed to play it after lunch, she said, because they have some stuff to take out during, they're going to do some motion.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Did they say after lunch or tomorrow? Because I thought they were going to.
No. They were going at it at 2. That's why they're back at 2:45 today. So a patty melt. I have to Google that.
Isn't it like a hamburger with?
Isn't grilled cheese something?
Grilled mushrooms or grilled onions and cheese.
What is a patty melt? In its most basic form, a patty melt is a thin beef patty cooked between 2 pieces of toasted bread with cheese and onions.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Sounds good.
They look good. I don't like onions though, and that's like a big part of it.
It's optional.
I know.
Oh, and Ghosty is here. Hello, Ghosty. I don't know why I'm getting tired. It's a cheeseburger on bread. Yeah, we have cheeseburger at home. So, but again, we know because it's the fourth time, they're gonna try to put every little bitty thing in there that could point to her being a baddie. But the porcupine has destroyed every single witness except the 911 caller who she didn't talk to. Because each witness has built upon their previous testimony. So I don't get why they're so stupid. I tried a Reuben when I was in Delaware. That's the one that's powdered sugar on. It was weird. Isn't that the Reuben, the one with the powdered? The guy who's trimming the hedges.
I know, that's all you hear is the freaking lawnmowers. A Reuben is corned beef, sauerkraut, and Thousand Island on rye bread. Is it rye bread?
What's the one with where there's powdered sugar on? I had that.
Monte Cristo. Is that a Monte Cristo?
It was really weird. It's sweet and
Like
salty.
ham cheese. Well, the one that I is like ham cheese, like deep fried, and then it's
a Frisco.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Monte Cristo, Monte Frisco, something. That's probably right. Well, we went out on this sandwich place in Delaware. Great sandwich, but it's just weird because powdered sugar is something in Denmark you put on. We mostly use it for. We have something called apple slices we eat at Christmas, kind of like a round a pancake, but in the shape of a small ball that you dip in powdered sugar and jam.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. Sounds like it should be called delicious. It's better than the cheese Danishes.
I never tried one.
A cheese Danish?
No, the like powdered sugar sandwich you're talking about. Oh my God.
White bread, mustard, mayo, and then fry them in egg with cheese and ham.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to call Barbara Fisher.
Barbara Fisher.
Yeah, and then with powdered sugar. It's the Monte Cristo. I'm not a fan of either coleslaw or sauerkraut.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now and here.
Yeah, it's on top of it, and that's just weird.
I do.
In Denmark, it's called a French toast when it's ham and cheese.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the jurors?
Barbara Fisher, Barbara Fisher.
Ms. Fisher, did you previously go by a different name?
Yes,
What was that?
Barbara Fenn.
And when did you use that name?
When I was employed with Granby Police Department, it was changed in 2018.
Okay. You indicated that you were previously employed with the Granby Police.
Yes,
And what years did you work there?
from auxiliary in 1996 and permanently retired in 2019.
Okay. Can you tell us about the various roles that you had over that period of time?
Patrol, SRO, court officer, detective,
What is SRO?
school resource officer.
Okay. How many years did you spend as
Everyone had
detective
done
with
something with the
Granby?
school.
About 13 years.
And what were your duties when you held that role?
Primary investigations
And what types of cases would you primarily investigate?
from B&Es, breaking and enterings, sexual assault cases, various types of car accidents.
Songbird.
Crime scenes.
Oh, hi, Songbird.
And you indicated you retired in 2019?
Yes. Officially.
I want to ask
So when
you about
unofficially?
the date of May 26, 2009. Do you
Yes.
remember that date?
Yes.
And do you remember what you were doing at 1:18 PM in the afternoon?
I was in dispatch.
And why were you there?
The dispatcher had to leave the room.
And do you remember what dispatcher was working that day that had to leave the room?
Lynn Menard.
Okay, and why was it that you were, what were you doing for her?
I was just covering the phones.
Would that be any types of calls that had come into the Granby Police?
Yes,
That include 911 calls?
yes,
Or calls into the business line?
yes.
So
Is
she's
this
the one who
something you had done
received the call,
before
or-
When Ms. Menard or another dispatcher had to step away from her desk?
Yes.
So the other one didn't?
At approximately 1:18 PM, do you remember a 911 call coming in that you answered?
Yes.
And do you remember who it was that was speaking to you on that 911 call?
Yes.
Who was that?
Cara Rintala.
And prior to that 911 call.
The
were you
other
familiar
one
with Cara
What
Rintala?
they're talking
Yes.
about?
How so?
She did work the town's ambulance service.
Okay. And so you knew her professionally
Yes.
as a paramedic and a firefighter?
Yes.
Do you see the person that you knew to be Cara Rintala here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please indicate where she is and article of clothing for the record?
She's sitting to my right in an olive colored shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
You will.
This 911 call that you took from the defendant on May 26th, was that recorded?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to listen to that recording prior to today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to play what's been marked as exhibit number 41, which is that 911 call.
All right. I don't know all mine.
If you just have 1 second, Your Honor, get the TV working again.
Oh, now the TV doesn't. Well, I don't know how big Granby is, but it seems like everyone is a little bit of anything. It's
Emergency. It's not an emergency. I want to come down and speak with an officer, please. This is Cara Rintala. It's not Martin Street, Granby. And I just want to let you know that I want to come down and speak with my daughter. My spouse and I are disagreeing, and she's threatening to take my daughter from me. You want to sit the house down? No, I'm very upset because my spouse and I are going through divorce proceedings. And she's so irritated with the fact that she'll take everything from me, she'll take her daughter, she'll do this exhaustion. Can you come down there? I feel like I'm walking to my children. I feel like I can watch them sleep. I'm just so... Are you alone right now? No, I have my daughter. Something like that can call. Is she there now? She is there now, yeah. She does know, but she's always crying. I'm just so... Can you come here? I'm so upset. I'm walking on my shoulders. I'm upset. I'm upset. I feel like I'm really upset. And my daughter's crying. My world is very big, and I don't have anything other than be upset. Getting a divorce and be hard, and that's okay. It's okay when we don't agree. So when you say this, I get some help.
yeah, she probably should. It's and she sounds just like she's gonna kill her in a year. Better have it on tape. I'm gonna kill her in a year. Also, it seems like Anne Marie was a B word.
need to call that. It's not an emergency. I just, it's not an emergency. Okay, I'm very serious. We want to make sure that everything goes. No, there's no physical progression. I don't need to. It's more emotional. It's so important. I can't get a hold of my lawyers. I think I was all along and I couldn't say I lost my family. And I don't know where I tried to, I called you guys accidentally once and all of it, so I didn't know what is that in the house of me calling. And then I feel so. Yeah, why don't you come here? Okay. I don't want to call county. Why don't you bring her? Okay, if I want you to come here, then we're going to be going to. Okay. I'm okay until here. I'll just be if I want to come here, I don't want to on the room. I just promise. I know there's woman there. It's got to go either way. You know, you go there, you got to come here. What happens if I call into the parkway and she's there and then she has it, tries to hurt me on my arm too. I don't want today. I don't want. We're going there. Okay, but that's okay. Someone needs to be arrested. We just need to go mention everything. I need help. I know. That's why we're going to go to you. Okay. I just want you to understand that. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye.
I don't know how anybody could understand any of that. Half of it you couldn't even understand.
I tried to listen without watching. I looked up to figure out what they were saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a court. It's a transcript from a prior trial, so it's under oath and everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that the people writing it up like were lying. It just means they misheard it, because I was doing the same thing. I was just listening without reading, and I could barely understand half of it.
No. Yeah, you're hysterical. Please get behind the wheel with your daughter in the car. But I clearly heard that she said, in a year, I'm going to kill my wife. It was so clear that she was very abusive to Anne-Marie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the text wasn't fully accurate. At one point it said inaudible, and she said something about that woman. And if I didn't have read inaudible, it was almost like I could pick out she said nasty woman or something like that. But that's what I heard. The 12 people sitting in the room, what did they hear? Or did they just read what was written on the screen? And again, what does this have to do with a murder a year later? It was, to me, it seems like she wasn't the aggressive type.
Yeah.
No, but again, 12 people in the room has to convict her. So I think it would be proper that they could have a written transcript they could look at again later. But first, they had to hear it with their own ears instead of just reading off the paper. Because if I didn't read along, I didn't understand it. And I still don't get what has this got to do with a murder 6 months later.
I know.
Attorney Sewell, there was an instruction. Did that relate to this exhibit?
Oh my God. See?
Yes, it does in part. Yes, Your Honor.
Should I give that now?
I think that would make sense.
Now, don't really pay attention
Members of the
to
jury,
what you just read.
You just heard an audio exhibit that was accompanied by words on the screen that come from a transcript produced at the Commonwealth's request. You may or may not find these words helpful in understanding and interpreting the audio, which again is an exhibit and you'll have during your deliberations. However, it is up to you, the jury, to determine what you hear in this exhibit. So if what you hear does not match up with the words shown on the screen, you should disregard the words and instead rely on what you hear.
Thank you. Madam, maybe we approach that bar.
Yeah, and that's fine. The New Englanders can understand it, but still, there were a lot of words in there that was very, very hard to hear. And you can interpret subject. turn down the white noise, please? Okay, if you want to. Thank you. Just have to yell at them. It's not about what New Englanders can understand. It's when you have a transcript written in front of you, you're going to hear what's written in the transcript.
Exactly. It has nothing-
Try going back and turning off the screen and try listening to it again and write down what you hear. It's probably not the same thing as you read. No, it wasn't hard to understand because of the accent. It was hard to understand because you were hysterical.
Yeah.
Did you know that female hysteria was a psychological illness that you were allowed to slap women in the face for to cure? The prescribed method to fix female hysteria was a slap in the face. That's in the good and old days. That's
Good
in the
old
medical treatment books, was just give her a good whack on the head and she'll snap right out of it.
I mean,
It was a
think about
different
it,
time.
worked. You'd be so shocked by the smack that you'd be like mad about
What?
something else.
Yeah, but my dad used to. We had a big psych ward, and before we also closed all of the psychiatric hospital down and made it more efficient. He used to drive all the crazy people up there when they were being admitted, and he said that it wasn't fun, but the only thing, each and every, no matter who it was and how crazy it was, no matter what, they always understood this sudden pain. And a slap, or especially if it was the male audience, a swift kick in the would always calm them down right fast.
Mm-hmm.
It was a different time. Yeah, that's Freud's prescribed thing. It's because it was suppressed sexuality that gave you the female hysteria. So you should go to a doctor and he would give you a good old hour. That was back in the day. Yeah. That's why you have vibrators. It's because doctors had to help unstress women. It was fun back in the old days. It was back when your shrink was doing more blow than you were.
Sounds like a good time.
Back in the First World War, you could send the soldiers a care package. It had amphetamine and cocaine in it, among other things. But it was legal to buy back then.
Nice.
At this time, with the court's permission, I'm going to publish for the jurors, on the TV screen what has been marked as exhibit number 42. I'll just scan down slowly on that document.
Again with this
Are we-
stupid. We
What
just
the-
did it. And again, it's the 19th of May 2009. It's a freaking year before she died. Sorry, I'm getting angry. There's 40 people here, and they're wondering, why are we again watching this?
And why is it being presented during this witness? Like,
What knowledge does she have of it?
yeah. Did she file it? Did she write it up?
She was an officer who helped take the telephone when the dispatcher had a pee break. And so, yeah, let's read all of this. Judgment of dismissal signed 11/1/10. No pol no law. So well, today men can get a cuddle session with some doctors, and I saw the intimacy. Jamie, help me out. Intimacy. No. Intimacy expert who slept with her clients because to help them get over the intimacy problems.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sal, don't threaten Luna with a good time. She's just gonna say, "Yeah, please smack me around." And she's probably gonna beat you up more than you like. When you slap her and she just smiles at you and said, "Now it's my turn, big boy."
Oof. That'd be fun to watch.
Yeah. Do it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, why are we putting this in? It's
Detective Fisher, I have a couple of additional questions for you.
yeah. Did you divorce her?
After the 911 call that we just heard, after you spoke to the defendant on the 911 call, what
Oh
did
my
you
God,
do?
I hate this state. I hate this
responded
state so
to
much.
18 Burton Street.
And did
I
any
love
other
the
officers
I love
go
the
with you?
defense side of the
Officer
case.
Jason Richard.
Oh
Hate
yeah.
the-
And do you remember if you were wearing a uniform? Did you typically wear a uniform as a detective?
No, plain clothes.
Okay. Like, do you remember if Officer Richard had a uniform
I
on?
believe he was in uniform.
She still
Okay,
wears plain
separate car, to the
clothes.
same car?
Separate.
Yeah, she does.
And when you got there, well, could you estimate approximately how long it would have taken you? to
She looks
arrive
kinda
at
like
the
a moth.
station?
2 to 3 minutes.
A
Okay.
mop.
When you got there, did you observe
moth.
anybody outside?
Yes.
Who did you see?
One of the
Cara
gray
Rintala
ones
and
that
Anna
fly
Maria
around
Rintala.
the
At
light
that
in the
period
summer.
of time, do you
Oh, a
have a memory
moth.
of seeing her
A
daughter
moth.
Brianna?
At that moment, no, I don't recall that, where
Okay.
she was at that point.
And where specifically did you see Kara and Anna Marie?
They're on the front lawn.
Okay. And prior to this date, were you also familiar with Anna Marie as a paramedic? Did
Yes.
you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you speak to either one of them?
I did.
Who did you speak with?
And
And who did Officer Richard speak with?
Cara.
Okay. Without getting into any of the content of your conversation with Ann, how would you describe her demeanor?
She was upset.
Probably get your liver looked at.
After you and Officer Richard spoke with the defendant and Anna Marie,
Morning, Dirk.
during those conversations, did you
Yeah.
provide them any information about some options to seek a restraining order?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see them leave 18 Barton Street sometime after that?
Yes.
And did they indicate where they were going?
Going to Eastern Hampshire District Court in Belchertown.
Do you know if they left in the same car or different cars?
Separate.
Are you familiar with the Eastern Hampshire District Court?
Yes.
And do you know approximately how far away it is from 18 Barton Street in Granby?
5 to 6 miles, maybe.
So was this the
Did
day
you
they ended up?
accompany either one of them to court or go to court yourself in your own vehicle?
They ended up getting the restraining order, and she got arrested.
After that, did you have any additional involvement with them at all that day?
No.
Did I get that timeline correct?
I mean, it sounds like it, but I'm a little.
Yeah, and then I'm just getting more angry that she was the one arrested because she was clearly distraught on the telephone. As many a beaten spouse, she was trying to cover for her better half, but she was clearly distraught. And if that's the same day she goes to court and get arrested because the other one was there first, then I would understand her yelling at the detective.
Well, yeah.
That's just stupid.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask to display what's been marked as exhibit number 43.
What do you got now?
A divorce. Divorce.
That divorce paper again. They want to show it
Yeah,
again.
it's a picture of those people on a vacation where they don't smile.
Wait, is this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the protection
Restraining
from
order.
abuse.
Yeah.
No, this is Cara seeking protection.
I thought it was the same one. Is it different?
To me, it seems like this is Cara that has filed this one. So this is, yeah. So it's not a good relationship. Let's just say that.
No, it was not. We know that.
And she was granted a restraining order as well, and the custody of the kid, just like the other one.
Mayor, at this point, I would publish, with the court's permission, what's been marked as exhibit number 44.
May do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Siri, you missed me getting angry a lot.
Yep.
Oh, you're ordered to not abuse the plaintiff. Oh. Whew. Just like if you made stuff illegal, people stop doing it.
Good call.
As I talked about on another stream where we had certain zones of Copenhagen, it's now double the punishment if you get arrested there. Well, it's illegal to begin with, so no people would do it. Why make a tougher punishment? Because punishment works, so people won't do it in the beginning. It's just so stupid. What are we looking at?
Are they?
They're probably not allowed to tell.
On the screen was marked as exhibit number 45.
And what does this woman has to do with it? I don't. Are we looking at dates? Oh, this is the protection the other way around. Can we get the dates highlighted? Or I really don't understand what they're trying to prove here. Here they check the box, have to leave the room or the house. This is just getting annoying.
Yeah.
But how much more they could bring in the expert talking about all the blood in the basement, which doesn't prove anything because we know there was a dead body in the basement. What else can they have? They had a medical examiner. They're not going to call the lead investigator.
Yeah.
So someone come in to testify about what technical evidence they found there, but we know how she died. They have to prove that this woman did it.
Explain this stuff. Don't just put it on the screen and
They're not allowed to. They're not allowed to because
that's irritating to me.
Yeah, then keep it off.
Because listen, I don't look at these all day. I don't know what this stuff is. Who said the jurors know what this stuff is and what it means?
Ghostly,
who did what? Like
Ghostly, so far I think we have seen 3 restraining orders. I'm not sure. And all of them were lifted again. And all of them were way before the alleged incident, not the alleged, the murder. So what they're proving, I don't know. But I think there's so many objections to this being brought in that they can't talk about it. They're only allowed to show it. So we're wasting. How long have we been watching things without any explanation on the screen today?
Yeah. I mean,
this trial. Yeah. Well, Vinosaur, this trial went from good to bad because now we are coming into the mind reading part of the trial. When you heard that call, what did you believe that you thought that you heard? When you saw that person, how did she feel? And it hasn't been a great day, let's just say that. And I'm biased as all heck, but I don't think they've proven anything today.
And to just put up some restraining orders and scroll around.
Exhibit number 46.
Well, each of these are signed by a judge. So, and they're not objecting to it, but it's just
I mean,
there's
I
nothing
think he
in it.
objected to it already during the motion, but you know, he said
Yeah.
whatever. Sure.
Because the prosecution doesn't have evidence, so they try to throw everything and the kitchen sink and the deliberated disabled brother. Everything is just thrown in here, and hopefully some of it will make you vote guilty.
Well, I'm looking at it and I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't
No.
know who filed what. What are you telling me here? What date was this? Who filed what? What's going on with it? I don't look at this stuff every day. I don't know what it is. And I guarantee a lot of other people don't, but it looks bad. You know what I mean? Like, okay, somebody.
Yeah, it's only to make people look bad.
And last, Your Honor, at this point, I would ask permission to publish to the jurors what's been marked as exhibit number
And
57. which is a restraining
Everyone
order
is
recording.
asking about restraining orders. It's
You may.
Thank you.
because both of these ladies have had restraining orders
We have that same-
against each other.
Same instruction.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm so irritated.
Yeah, I'm getting annoyed. And I have to go turn on my oven.
Members of the jury, you're about to hear an audio exhibit that will be accompanied by words on the screen that come from a transcript produced by or at the Commonwealth's request. Again, you may or may not find these words helpful in understanding and interpreting the audio.
What?
However, it is up to you, the jury, to determine what you hear in this exhibit. If what you hear does not match up with the words shown or what you see on the screen, you should disregard the words and instead rely on what you hear. In
Yeah,
other
because
words,
you
what's
will
important is
not.
what you hear, not what you read. And if those two don't square or match up, then you need to consider.
Jody, I think every single person put in
Yeah.
a trial is innocent. Every single person, even the people who did the worst things in the world. Take your probably can't talk about the day that just passed with 2 towers. Take the worst serial killer in the world. Take Lefty when he kicks a dog. Every single person
No,
put on
guilty.
trial.
I know. Sorry.
Every single person is innocent. It's up to the prosecution to prove they did not do it, because you are innocent until proven guilty. And that's why I'm really angry that they are not proving anything other than they had a bad relationship and they had some kind of restraining orders, which I have to read on the screen about. I don't know what happened. I never
And they
heard.
scroll through it quickly, so you don't know what's going on.
I have seen one person with a mark on them. That's the defendant. I have had one testimony about the defendant seemed to be the only one who had been physically touched. And that's why I believe this woman is innocent. And I will do it even Bradley Young, I believed he was innocent. But when we're finished with the prosecution, I have to weigh the evidence and said, did they convince me? And so far, the only thing they have convinced me is this is the 4th time the taxpayers of Massachusetts should get a big tax rebate and someone should lose their job. Sorry.
Yes, Jody. This is her 4th trial. This is the 4th trial. And they have shown us zilch that other than the fact that she was cradling her unalived wife when the police showed up.
Yeah, and my big problem with this is they haven't shown recent animosity towards each other. There's no police call the day before, the week before. Everything bad happened half a year before the murder.
And they got a divorce and they got back together. So yeah, so there's a lot of in between stuff too. So it's not like These restraining orders were dropped what, a couple days after?
Both of them. I don't know both of them because I'm not sure if there's 2 or 10
Either.
because they don't talk about it.
Yeah. Anyways.
Well, Ghostly, as you know, because you've been around a long time, I'm doing what's called layman duty in Denmark, and we are we are told that our role is to listen to evidence and then judge based on these evidence. And I have sat with people with all the police tattoos on the hands and face tattoos. I've been in cases with people so hopped up on probably some Colombian Martin powder, but still, I try, and I know it's hard because we judge as people the second we meet someone. But I am really focused on listening to all the evidence before I make my mind up. And trust me, I have been swayed both ways a lot of times because you can be that if you don't go into a case with a prejudice. Kind of like if anyone has seen the Russell Brand accusations that magically appeared. And half the world is claiming he's guilty because you must trust all women, and the other half is saying, "Well, there's nothing about it. He's set up." No, you have to look at what's presented. Yeah, the text evidence that's presented, it looks like it's pretty much a Photoshop thing, but still, there could be something. So people has to come forward and tell the story. I'd just like to be proven if they're guilty or innocent. But thank you for asking, Jody, because it's really important for me to say I'm not one of those crime tubers who just do the drama and say, "Oh, this B word, she did it. She did it all the time because she don't like her woman and she's secretly a homophobe and she couldn't stand herself living with another woman or anything like that to have drama." I could have a big headline saying, "Lesbian killer on court or on trial." But we try to let the evidence lead the way. I'm sorry.
Consider only what you hear. Go ahead.
Well, every human being is innocent.
I'll call the cases at this time. On docket number 0998 RO132, Cara Rintala versus Anne Marie Rintala.
I'm going to turn on my oven.
0998 RO133, Anne Marie Rintala.
That's why you come here.
Rintala. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to make true answers to such questions that shall be put to you by the court in the matter now pending? So help you God. Thank you.
All right, and for the record, who is Cara Rintala? And you are Anne Marie Rintala? And is it my understanding that the two of you are married? And there is a child involved here, is that correct, Brianna?
Yes.
And both of you are here seeking restraining orders, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I am.
Yeah, I think you both are. And what's the status with the marriage at this point? Is there a divorce action taking place? Listen to my question. This incident happened on the 12th. Why is it that it's 2 weeks later that we're now in court?
Because Cara was served with divorce papers this morning by the sheriff. She went ballistic. Brianna and I left the home. Upon our return, which was around 1 o'clock, she started screaming, yelling, "You're not taking my house, you're not taking Brianna."
That's fine, you've answered the question. The Cara Rintala, what is the basis of you seeking a restraining order? Go right ahead.
Today I reached all that I can take, and I'm afraid to be in my house because of what Anne's going to say, because I'm constantly threatened verbally and bodily as far as in my personal space.
all the time, and I called the police department twice, and I had asked what to do about it, and today, she's right, I mean, I filed 2 weeks ago, and I held it off, and then, I
You filed what 2 weeks ago?
I filed divorce 2 weeks ago,
You filed papers
I did, and then,
and
I didn't have them served, because my lawyer said that, double lock, because I can't afford it, and to be, let's see if we can't do the mediation together, and I told her, and she freaked, and then, about a week ago, I told him, so that she could start saving some money, if we could do it together. Or she'd have to come up with a lot of money, and then when I told her that, she went and got a lawyer and had me served, so when he called me Friday, we were going to the zoo. He told Friday, you know, you can come to the zoo and meet me, or I'll be home all week long, and so that's when I got the papers today. And what brought it up today is, I had taken Brianna, our daughter, down to see my family in Rhode Island on Sunday, and, when we came back, Ian said since I had her by myself, that Ann wanted her for herself today or tomorrow, and I said, go ahead. Go right ahead and take her. You know, I don't ask for her, she's going, I'll ask when she'll come back, because, you know, she's her mom too. But if it were me, I have to tell her exactly where I'm going and when I'm gonna be back. And so today, I was reading to my lawyer about the whole thing, and we had always said we were gonna share custody, because Ann loves Brianna as much as I do. And I'm a great mom, and she's a great mom. And when I read down the fact that she was going for custody, I called her on the telephone, because she had said she wanted the day with her. I said, by all means, of course she can have the day. And so we were talking on the phone, and then I hung up because I was very upset. And I talked to her mom, and I said I was upset because we had agreed that we were going to do this together. And I got my car to go travel me, and she was behind me. And she drove one way, and I drove the other. And when she came home a little bit later, Brianna came running to me because I hadn't seen her, you know. And was upset, was mad because she was only there for a little bit and I was bullying her. And again, she just loud, and she constantly threatens me with, because we had up until October, there was an incident in October, and we had, the two of us had, you know, it's a long story, but up until October, it's only been verbal. And she constantly threatens me that she's going to take away my job, my livelihood, you know, my daughter, and she's constantly threatening me. I call my parents, I've called 3 lawyers because I don't know what to do. I feel so helpless. So it's like, helpless, because no matter what I do, if she comes in my face, I have to look away or look down, because she says, we already have set precedent.
All right.
So I'm afraid. I want peace in the house. My family lives in Rhode Island. It's not, and I own the house. I pay the whole mortgage myself. I pay all the bills myself. And that's what I don't need. And Ann's family lives one town away. I said, is there any way you could just stay with your family for a little bit? Just because, so we don't, there's no volatility in front of Brianna, and that's all. I'm just nervous. I don't know what to do.
Well,
I'm
sorry? Very briefly.
I was very upset because I wanted a divorce.
No, I filed first, and sorry.
I rotated my parents' schedule, so when she has to work, I have to either take days off. I'm like the primary caregiver for Brianna. I'm always in the home. I cook, I clean, I do everything for Cara. She made $80,000 last year. I made $20,000 because I'm a stay-at-home mom for Brianna.
All right.
Her problem is she doesn't want me to have. I filed the divorce. She's very upset with me. But we have a court case. I have a restraining order against Cara.
And that case was,
All dismissed because there were lies.
Honestly, it should have come forward.
all right.
So I believed her, and since then, the reason why, I actually spoke to her May 6th, May 12th, when I told Cara I wanted a divorce, she went and did the paperwork, and since then, taking my name out of things and trying to get my name, trying to get me signed papers, and my name off.
All right. This is an issue that goes well beyond
Yeah.
a simple restraining order. We can have criminal charges going back and forth against both of you, and the only one that's going to really affect in the long run is your daughter. Because eventually, with what's going on here, DCF is going to be involved. And neither one of you will have to worry about custody, because the DCF will come in, and the DCF will take the child and deal with the child and put the the child in a home that's a little more stable. That's where we are. With respect to both of you. Listen to me. I'm going to issue 2 restraining orders of no abuse. No abuse. The 2 of you both have lawyers in the probate court. Deal with it with respect to your marriage. Get into the probate court and resolve it. I'm not going to order the custody of this child to either of you at this point. You're going to have to deal with it as parents.
Can I say something?
Very briefly.
Thank you for the joint custody because that's what truly is best for our daughter. I firmly believe that. Second of all, as far as the home situation, it's very volatile as far as like arguments, and it's not healthy for us folks to be there, which is what I called the Granby Police Department. They came down today and they told me to come here because I fear that Brianna hears, this, and we can't both be there.
Yeah, then you know
There's
something?
one town away. Is there any way, and please, if my family lived next town, I would go there.
If you wanted to go there, I'm going to give her the custody of the child at this point. I'm not going to play games with this. The 2 of you can either deal with this as adults and deal with it in the probate court as your marriage dissolves, or I'll take, if you want, I'll call DCF right now. And I'll have DCF come in here and I'll indicate to them that I don't think either one of you is stable enough to deal with that child. That's how close I am to going off this bench and picking up the phone right now. Is that what you want?
Definitely not.
Is that what you want? And the ultimate issue of custody and visitation and support, all of that's going to come out of the probate court. But right now, the 2 of you are going to walk a very fine line. You're either going to exist in that house until you get this straightened out, or you're going to look at criminal charges, one or both of you, and I can promise you this. If one of you makes an allegation of abuse against the other, you better have documentation, because the other one's going to make the same allegation, and at that point, there's going to be criminal charges against both of you. And I promise you, if I see that come into this court, I will be on the phone to DCF so fast, they'll be here before you get out the door.
I don't know how I feel about that. Never been in that situation in my life, but I felt like he was a little bit too much for me. But maybe that's just me.
First of all, hey, this way up.
Hey.
Cara was the person controlling everything, causing the disease to be afraid. Well, apparently she ran the house on a tight schedule. She made all the money because the other one was a stay-at-home mom, and she couldn't do nothing, according to her. But it sounds to me like Cara was very afraid of the other one because she kept claiming she would take away her life, her child, everything. Did this shed any more light on why she died half a year later? Jamie?
What?
Did this shed any light on why she died half a year later?
No.
Oh, and we could say, yeah, a good thing to tell her that if you try to do the restraining order stuff, and remember, there was a criminal charge against Anne-Marie because she used a she tried to use a restraining order. But why wouldn't he say, could you go and stay with your parents the next town over? If it's a volatile relationship and there is a kid, I'm not sure I would force both parents back into the house. That's just me.
That's the part that I didn't really like.
Yeah.
Okay, well, clearly there's issues going on. So to tell them to suck it up and live in that house together, or they're gonna face other problems, like that to me was a little much. But that's just my personal opinion. I've never been in a situation in my life, so I have no idea.
Oh, no, I won't go into my personal life about that. But let's just say, to me, Cara seemed like she was doing all, and she could be manipulative, calling her parents, say, "Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, please help me." She's such a B word when it was her stirring the pot. But what does this have to do with a murder 3 months, 6 months, a year later? I don't understand it. This witness is an officer who took a phone call because another dispatcher was on the toilet. She's just sitting there wondering the same as you. What do I have to do with this? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, to me, it looks, to be honest with you, Cara seems a lot more like.
She seems scared.
Yeah, she seems a lot more scared than Anne Marie. Anne Marie seemed like listen, I'll ruin everything for you.
Yeah. And especially with a small child, a 2-year-old, they are going to go back, and one of them are going to say, "Oh, you heard the judge. You better act up, or you're going to get criminal charges." And the other one is going to say, "Well, you can just try it. Just try it. Remember that time when you pushed me when we were in Walmart? I'm going to tell you." And he said, "If you have the proof, and I can prove it because I know you pushed me." And then they're going to fight for 10 hours until one of them breaks down again. I think it's stupid to put two disagreeing people in the same house and say, "Well, just fix it."
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he kind of it should have been like made one of them leave.
Yeah, and I don't know what if you can do. Say, go to the motel, sleep it off, and then talk tomorrow. Yeah, and both of them tried to do this, use the TPO.
Oh yeah.
And I just, my problem is forcing them to stay together with a small 2-year-old child. I'm not sure. I think that was correct, but again, what do I know? I'm a baker. I'm not a lawyer. But to me, this is about a murder case. This is not about, like Murdoch, 6 weeks of everything else and then a week about something that we might not be able to prove.
Exactly. Especially if they got back together after all of this, you know? Like, why are we? I mean, yeah, I know they want to show like previous
bad acts
in that sort of way, but I don't know. I don't see what it doesn't sell me. It doesn't sell me down the river on the guilty thing. So
it could allude to a bit of a motive, but the dead woman could be a master manipulator. Cara could be a master manipulator. She could cry all the fake tears in court. We don't know, but we do know they worked it out and they went back together.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did try the Solomonic solution. He said, "I'm gonna rip your kid from you if you don't figure it out," and that's kind of like sawing the kid in half. But still, I think it's wrong to force people who've been arguing that day to go back to the house.
especially
Maybe
like
cool off.
a small kid.
Yeah, especially with a child. And when her parents are at one town over, say, "Go sleep with your parents tonight, and then tomorrow when you're cooled down, let's talk about this." That would be my, yeah. Yeah, why didn't they? Why? And that's what Cara asked Anne Marie to do. Please go back to your parents, and then we'll figure it out. And that's what I heard her say. But clearly, what the prosecution heard was, "In half a year, I'm going to kill you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cara said, "It's my house. I paid. It's my house. I paid for everything." I mean, I don't know how true that is, but if that was true,
yeah,
like I would feel like entitled to stay in my own home and that person leave.
And again, her family lives in Rhode Island. The other one lives at a town over.
Yeah.
So the kid is still doing fine. It's living with the mom. Cara is out on bail, and they are living with her parents in Rhode Island.
Yep.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the same instruction I gave with respect to the arrest and the criminal charge that was dismissed. Again, this evidence is being introduced for a limited purpose. To the extent that you find it credible and to whatever extent you feel that it deserves weight, and that's up to you. It's weight. In other words, the importance you assign to it. You can only consider it for the limited issues of the defendant's motive, state of mind, and intent, and as to whether there was a hostile relationship between the defendant and the alleged victim.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Shizzy.
Hey, buddy.
Welcome.
Hi.
This is the first time I had you on.
Yes. Hello, Jamie.
How are you?
Show your beautiful face.
Look at you.
What do you think about this case?
Man, this is so screwy. I mean, they keep on bringing up this divorce, and I understand the point they're trying to make is there's probably a little bit of motive there, but it's 2 years prior.
Yeah,
and they got back together. They don't. This guy looks, whenever he puts his glasses on, he looks like David Tennant. It's hilarious. No, I mean, I think this is what they're trying to bring in, is just trying to get some sort of motive in there. But it doesn't look like they've proven that she did any deleting here.
Yeah. And this is just muddying the water.
Right.
Think about all of this. Doesn't it look suspicious? Yeah, but did you prove anything?
So how did she die? And I have followed this really closely. So how did she die?
Well, according to the prosecution, there was some kind of kerfuffle in the house, beginning at the top of the stairs, and at some point she ends up on the floor strangled with paint poured over her.
In the basement. Yeah.
In the basement. They are not claiming that she was pushed down the stairs. We haven't heard anything about that, but they claim that Cara strangled her. And then she made some marks on the door to try to like it's been jimmied open. And again, that's all fine and good. And they're going to talk. They talked about in the opening, oh, there was blood everywhere. And she tried to clean it up and she threw some rags away. But why should she? She lives in the house. They have the body in the basement. It's not like the body wasn't there. It's not a Chandler Halderson when where the parents wasn't at the scene.
And they tried to clean up the blood. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no reason to clean up the blood. There's no reason to spill paint on it to try to cover anything up.
No, because I mean, if that was the case, you could easily just said, yeah, she fell down the stairs.
Yeah, that's the claim, that she poured paint over she did what she did, drove around town to, have an alibi because she was making phone calls, and, she was seen on video like at a McDonald's throwing some stuff away, but she had the baby with her the whole time. So she was, throwing away a diaper apparently, but, they're alluding to other things. And then she goes home and, she finds her wife. And then she goes and, like, she said she poured paint over the body to hide evidence. But it was her home. Like, wouldn't there, like, what evidence? I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't, if it was a strangulation, how are you going to cover up evidence by that? I mean, that's not going to, because all they do is they wash the body off, and then they'll find, the hand marks around her neck, I would assume. Which, it'd be easy to show whether it was, large hands. Like, I've got these massive meat hooks here, as compared to my wife, which, you know, she's got these tiny little paws that are like here on my hand. So, I mean, you could tell the difference between that, unless she was strangled with a rope or something, or a garrote.
There was some marks on the side of her neck. They didn't really go into that. The medical examiner didn't examine the body till a week later.
Yeah.
You didn't see the body till 1 or 2 days after the murder because they needed it at the crime scene.
That's what she said.
Because, as you know, you leave a body at the crime scene for a couple of days till you're finished with the photos and stuff like that. It's totally normal.
That's what she
And do we know the defense? The defense is she didn't do it. And she wasn't there at the time of the murder, but there was at least 2 other people involved with the Anne-Marie. She had a boyfriend, the corner mouth kisser, as brilliantly illustrated by me. The one who gave her 3 credit cards where she ran up $7,000 in debt without telling his wife that he had given her. She finds out, and he admits, yeah, I gave her 2 credit cards. To me, that's 2 possible suspects that was never looked into.
Yep.
Or maybe they looked into them. They had an alibi.
Well,
Actually,
according to the opening statements, they didn't look into them.
Yeah.
He had an alibi. He was at physical therapy, which was kind of not correct, or he was only there for half an hour. There was something about a visit to a physical therapist. Then you have her girlfriend, who was out running for 3 to 4 hours, but had a time at a tanning salon, and there was tanning oil found at the crime scene.
So this
They
this
didn't really look
lady
into it.
had a lot of action happening here. It sounds like.
Sure did.
Yeah,
And those are the only ones you know of. I mean, if she's that busy with that many different people, don't be surprised if she's busy with people you have no idea of.
Yeah, and you Mark, the guy who corner kissed her, he kept sleeping in her sleeping bag at the police or at the fire station for a long time after her murder, but he wasn't interesting at all.
No,
yeah.
he doesn't. It's easy. You know, they usually say that it's either boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, lover, whatever. In a what is it? An act of passion. That's usually where you're going to find somebody that does it. So why not go after husband, wife, or whatever they call it? That wifey, wife.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good example to remember that 75 to 80% of the time you are unalived, it's by the person who sleeps next to you or sits next to you at the table.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a crazy case. Me and Jamie only take crazy cases. We thought this would be about paint drying. That's why we took it. And now it's all over the place. But again, it's the 4th trial. And that's what really annoying me. You can get 4 tries to convict someone.
Well, what was the cause of their mistrials in the first place?
2 hung juries.
So 2 hung juries.
Yeah.
And then the 3rd one was overturned by the Supreme Court because the paint drying expert was not an expert. Shouldn't have came in, like his expert testimony shouldn't have came in.
You'd think that the Supreme Court would have just said, yeah, you've had your opportunity, done.
So.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes,
and
I will agree.
It's all
You
of you
guys are
people
awesome.
who are awesome for watching us ramble about this. Yeah, but again, Murph, you have been away. I think you have been ill. People who have been watching this trial with me and Jamie, are you convinced? So far, they have brought in all. The lead investigator won't be testifying because he made such a bad job in trial 1 and 2. He wasn't brought back to trial 3.
Why doesn't the defense call him?
I think they have made some kind of agreement because they didn't bring him in case 3 or something, because they were talking about opening the window to bring him in and stuff like that, because the ME determined the time of death by information he gave her from other people, that the body was cold as ice and stiff as a board. That puts the the time of death 6 to 8 hours before it was found. That's just science.
Jesus. Well, no, because rigor mortis sets in pretty quick. Okay, rigor mortis sets in, and then the body will relax after that.
Well,
It sets in really quick, and then the body and all the muscles relax, and it goes out of rigor mortis.
Yeah, but you forgot the official rigor mortis test. They did the official rigor mortis test. They wiggled her arm and looked at a clock and checked for a pulse and said, "Yeah, she's really stiff." That's
I almost
that's
looked at
how
that wrong.
That's our whole thing, Fizzy, is like the lead investigator just asked a general question to her, was, hey, if a body's ice cold and stiff as a board, how long do you think they've been, 6 to 8 hours? Okay. My God.
And
that's a big wide time range right there between 6 and 8 hours.
She was asked if she ever taken a liver temp on a dead body. She said, nope. Why not? Yeah, because it destroys the evidence. No, you just write in your report, liver temperature taken with this and this, and leave a little mark on the body so you know this puncture wound was mine.
Right.
They do it all the time. And again, rigor mortis is about as settled science as tool marks on bullets. It's just something you can allude to. It's nothing you can prove.
I mean, you're going to look at rigor mortis and say, well, the body hasn't been dead for a couple hours, or the body hasn't been gone for 3 days. I mean, you've got a little bit of a baseline there. It's going to be this time frame that you have. So you're going to be able to eliminate people out of that pool, but it's not. It's like a lot of the science, they use it to say one thing, and they'll turn around and flip it and say that it means something else. Bullets, for example. Well, why did you use a hollow point? Well, a hollow point's going to expand and stop at a certain point. Well, it's going to cause much more damage. Well, why didn't you just use a full metal jacket? Well, because it'll go through the body that could have hit somebody behind. It just they're going to use whatever they can to go up against her, but make it make sense in the process of doing this, and stop throwing garbage at the wall.
You've been here all day.
Sticks.
What have they been presenting today? We are
Divorce.
at witness number 2. Nothing other than they had a turbulent relationship a year before the murder. That's what we have proven today. And I'm pretty sure if you ask my ex-wife, if you ask Jamie is too young to be dating, one of your previous spouses or whatever you have in your life, some of them could probably say, yeah, he was an a-hole.
Even my wife will tell you there's times that I've been an a-hole. It's not abnormal to have a spouse or ex-spouse, ex-girlfriend say, they did something that was horrible or stupid or whatever.
It's the Andrew Branca.
I'm sorry.
It's the Andrew Branca style of prosecution. Whatever you do, it's wrong.
Yes.
Because when I present to you that Shirsi told me yesterday that his wife was being really annoying because she yelled at him. Oh, she's such a bad wife. But maybe he did something first we didn't hear. And that's the problem. It's always wrong when the prosecution tells you about it.
Right.
And there's a lot of things you could argue about this, but they are just going with the rigor because they lost the paint guy expert. The Porcupine has been really hammering on all of the people who were at the scene because each and every one has changed their statements and have to retract it and say, oh, well, no, not exactly. Kind of like the officer who didn't look at the report he knew he was probably
Yeah.
going to testify about. It just happens.
Oh,
That's
thanks,
the whole thing
Anonymous.
is they lost the paint argument, so they're trying to really hammer in this rigor.
Yeah.
Like,
And
because-
again, the ME said, if you're fighting, it could go faster, it can go slower. It's not settled science. You can't set a 6 to 8 hour time frame without knowing all the conditions. Is she in a boiler room? Is she in a cold cellar? We don't know anything about that. So, no, let's get back to how this police officer is going to testify to a courtroom taping she wasn't even a part of. It's so annoying.
Again, you may not consider this evidence for any other purpose.
Detective Fisher, the day that you responded to the home at 18 Barton Street and the day of these restraining orders was May 26, 2009.
Yes.
Do you remember responding to that house on March 29, 2010?
Yes.
Are you aware of any calls coming into the Granby Police Department from 18 Barton Street or requests from either Cara or Anna Marie between those two dates of May 26, 2009 and March 29, 2010?
No.
I want to ask you about the date of March 29, 2010. Were you working as a detective on that date?
I wasn't working at that time, but yes. I was,
Okay.
Yes.
You were on call or came in based on a call?
Yes.
Okay. You were a detective with the department?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you respond to the home at 18 Barton Street in Granby?
Yes.
Do you remember who called you asking you to come in?
At the time, Sergeant Mark Smith.
Okay. Was he one of your supervisors?
Yes.
And when you were called, did you respond directly there or go to the station if you remember?
I went to the station first.
Okay. And then ultimately, did you go there?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was that you arrived?
Around 8:30 p.m.
When you arrived, can you generally describe what sorts of personnel or vehicles were there?
I first encountered Sergeant Smith, and then I entered the house. That's who I saw out front.
Okay, so you saw Sergeant Smith outside.
Great
the home.
success. We don't know.
And after.
But he's
did
part
you-
more.
Again, without getting into any content, do you have a
Part more.
conversation with him?
Briefly.
Okay,
She looks
and
like
then
one
you
of
entered
those
the home?
who
Yes.
always annoys you when
Do
you're
you
sitting
remember
on the
what door you
terrace
entered through?
in
The
summer.
side door.
Under the
Yes.
breezeway?
Yes.
Okay, when you entered the home, where in the home did you go?
Entered through the door and then into the kitchen.
And did you see anyone already in the kitchen at that time?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Paramedic Pandora, he was standing in the kitchen. Officer Polar and Gina Oz and Cara
Okay. And where specifically did you see the defendant, Cara Rintala?
at the kitchen table.
Was she sitting with anyone at that time, if you remember?
Yes, Gina Oz.
At the time that you arrived and observed them there, were you aware of what was happening at the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you overhear any conversation between them?
No.
Okay. At some point, were you asked to stay with the defendant yourself?
Yes.
And that came after this point in time when you saw her in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you say hello to her whenever you initially saw her? Do you remember?
I don't remember acknowledging her.
How was it that you came to spend some time with the defendant? What was the reason for that?
Through the direction of Trooper McGarrian, asked me if I would stay with Cara.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, do you know whether or not?
I need to have a QR code
I don't
tattooed.
recall seeing him initially.
Okay, and is that Trooper Jamie McGarrian?
Yes.
Do you know him to be a state police detective?
Yes.
And he asked you to sit with the defendant?
Yes.
Where specifically did he ask you to do so?
In the living room.
Do you know how you got to the living room area?
At one point, we all exited from that side door and were asked to enter through the front door.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant do that?
Yes.
And then were you with her in the living room area?
Yes.
Does the front door to the home go into the living room? To your memory?
I don't recall if it was
Okay.
directly into there.
Okay, but you went in the front door and went to the living room there.
Yes.
Did you sit down with her?
I don't recall if I was sitting, but I was in the same room with her. Yes.
Okay. And were you within her presence for a period of time?
Yes.
At some point after that, were you asked to do anything in regards to the defendant's clothing?
Yes.
So what were you asked to do?
Trooper McGarrian asked if I could seize her clothing.
Okay. And how did you go about doing that in terms of a conversation with the defendant?
I asked her if I could escort her to the bathroom, and then she'd have to disrobe, and I'd have to take her clothing that she was wearing at that time.
Was she cooperative with you?
Hmm.
Yes,
And where
Sounds
specifically in the home
kinky.
did you go?
in the bathroom,
Okay. In terms of the bathroom itself, do you remember the size of the bathroom?
very small.
Okay. Did you go
Again,
physically into
not
the
all
bathroom?
Yes,
lesbians
And
look
just
like
do
the
it.
one on
Yes.
the
Okay.
hub.
And do you remember if the door was closed or open?
I think it was small enough. The door wasn't quite closed completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she take off her clothes in the bathroom?
Yes,
Police
And
officer.
did that include all of her outer garments?
yes,
Okay, as well as some jewelry?
yes,
Now, did you take possession of it while you were in the bathroom?
yes.
Okay. And while she was disrobing, were you watching her at that period of time?
I was watching.
Did you
making
like it?
Sure, nothing was disturbed at that point.
Okay.
That's what
Were
I'm
you examining
wondering.
her body?
Yeah.
After the bathroom?
Were you
where did
examining her
go?
To the
body?
bedroom.
What was
Yes.
the purpose of that?
Yes, I
She
will.
should be put on clean clothes.
Okay, and was that down just a couple doors down
She-
that same hallway?
Yes,
Just the two of you still?
yes,
All right, and was she able to retrieve some clean clothing in there?
yes.
Did you do that for her, or did she do that
She
herself?
did.
Were you with her during that period of time?
Yes,
Did you examine her body at that period of time?
It
In terms
wasn't
of the
her
clothing
with
that
the
you
double
had
D's.
collected
It was the
from her, what did you
deceased.
do with that?
that was placed
Yeah.
in paper bags and was turned over to the state police.
When you took the clothing, do you remember if you were wearing latex gloves?
Yes,
Okay. And the paper bags, was everything put in a single paper bag or individual bags?
But did
Each
you
item was
check
placed
her
in an
prison
individual bag.
pocket?
All right, and you turn that over all to the state police?
And again,
Yes.
if they're going to go into that the victim's
After the
DNA
defendant
was
able
on
to
her
retrieve some
clothes,
clean clothes from the bedroom, where did she go?
right back to the living room.
Did you go
yeah,
there?
she was sitting with her in her lap when they found her. So
Yeah, so there would be
You also
DNA
remember
there.
at some point.
there's no reason to
taking
go into
the
all of
defendant's
this.
cell phone.
And they
Yes.
live
Do you remember
together.
who
I
requested
mean,
that you do
Yeah.
Trooper McGarry.
that? Okay, and did you have a conversation with the defendant about that, or Trooper McGarren, do you remember?
I believe I presented her with the
Oh,
consent
that
form to
time.
take her phone.
Okay, and did she sign that?
Yes, she did.
Would you describe her as cooperative?
Yes,
Everyone at the scene has described her as
At some
cooperative.
point,
It's
well, let me ask you this, after that point in time, to your knowledge, did the defendant remain in the living room area of the home?
to my recollection, yes,
Okay. At one point, did you leave her presence and go over to 20 Barton Street?
yes.
And what was your reason for going over there?
I went with Lieutenant Trooper Whitney to interview Brianna.
Detective Lieutenant Robin Whitney?
Yes,
With the state police?
yes,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did she work with Trooper McGarry?
yes,
And you went with her in order to try to speak to Brianna?
yes.
How did you know Brianna was over there? You know,
I don't recall how I knew she was.
Brianna was like 2.
in
What was
terms
she?
of
Yeah.
the attempted interview, were you trying to speak with Brianna? Was Detective Lieutenant Whitney or both of you together? What role did you have?
I was present. Lieutenant Whitney did the interview. She did most of the, conducted the interview.
Okay. When you went over to 20 Barton Street, did you come into contact with any adults that you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember at least some adult was caring for Brianna over there?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And in terms
how many
of
is many?
The conversation with Brianna, was that short in nature?
Yes,
Fair to say she wasn't willing or able to speak to you?
correct.
Do you remember her being about 2.5 years of age at that time?
Yes,
2.5-year-old. Like, what is she gonna say?
Now, at some point later that night, did you?
and she
go to
made
the
it.
Granby Police
She wasn't
Station?
willing or
And
able to cooperate
ultimately,
with you.
were you present
Or to talk
during
to
an
you.
interview?
Yeah.
Yeah.
conducted by the
I mean,
police
Sure.
she could have
Whitney of the
she could have said
defendant?
grandma got
What
run
role
over
did
by
you
a
have in terms
reindeer.
of the
Wouldn't
interview with the
mean
defendant at the
would not
Granby
mean
Police
anything.
I was
Right.
present in the room.
No,
And was that audio and video recorded?
Yes,
she can never testify
Now,
to it.
before, at any point, before you left 18 Barton Street, before you went to the station.
She was
and were present
cradling the
during interview
body
with the
in
defendant,
her lap,
did
so
you
she
go
had
down
paint on
into
her
the
and
basement
blood.
at 18 Barton Street yourself?
no,
Okay, so you never saw.
So
the
there
basement
was
yourself?
blood from the
Yeah, it wasn't. There wasn't a lot because she had like
She had a head
gash.
trauma
She had like
Okay.
a gash on her head.
and
Oh,
a bloody
that's still-
nose.
The head trauma caused a lot of blood. I've had a few of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the skin is real thin.
After
The skull is thick, but the skin is
the
thin.
interview that you were present for of the defendant, conducted by the
Yeah,
Detective Lieutenant Whitney.
They talked about
what
her
involvement in any-
injury.
if any,
She
do you
had
have in terms
she
of
had
the investigation?
nothing really
very
on
minimal.
her.
I just had some specific tasks that I was asked to do.
Okay, and who would ask you to do those tasks to your memory?
Yeah, it's weird.
Usually Trooper McGarry.
Okay, what sort of tasks? do you
Especially
remember?
if she has
I did
pushed her
some
down the
canvassing
stairs and
at some
fought
point,
with her.
and,
She was a bigger
also some
woman, the
retrieval
the
of some
deceased.
evidence, surveillance type cameras. and
Apparently,
different, businesses.
we're
Okay,
seeing.
when you say canvassing, are you
Very
talking
big.
She had
about the
double
neighborhood
Ds.
around 18 Mark Street,
Yes.
trying to speak to neighbors and
Not
such?
really
Yes.
though.
Did you do that within a couple of
Well-
weeks after March 29th?
They claim, but
Your memory?
Yes, it was in April sometime.
Okay, and the surveillance video that you did, same thing, same time frame in other words?
Yes, to see who had cameras and such. Yes.
Okay. And in terms of any information that you gathered from either the canvas or looking for surveillance videos, what did you do with that information?
All that was turned over to state police.
Did you follow up yourself on any of that information?
No,
Do you know what follow-up, if any, the state police did with that information?
no.
after April of 2010 or so, were you involved in terms of having requests to participate or help with any task to your memory?
The only task I recall was being asked to do a measurement from one property to another.
Okay, and specifically, were you asked to do a measurement from the door at 18 Martin Street to the door at 20 Martin Street?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you do that?
It was an odometer on wheels that's on a metal pole, and I measured out as far as calibrating it from the 36-inch point, started at the top and wheeled it to 36 inches to calibrate it, make sure it was accurate.
Okay, and then did you use that, the distance between the door at 18 Martin to the door at 20?
Yes.
Do you remember which door you used at 18 Martin?
It was the side door
Okay, under the
by the
breezeway.
breezeway,
Okay, and do you remember using that measuring wheel, what the measurement was between those two residences?
184 inches.
184
I'm sorry, feet. Feet.
184 feet?
Yes.
Okay,
That's a small
I'm just gonna show you what's been previously marked as
way.
exhibit
It
number
was
48.
124 inches between the two houses.
Small space.
Kind of like those houses in London
Do you
that's
recognize what's
really
depicted in
close
that
to each
photograph?
other.
Yeah, those are
Yes.
And what do
definitely
you recognize that as?
The house on the
much
left?
bigger.
Both.
Both, yeah, 18
Either.
and 20 Martin Street.
Okay, and are you able to show us with the pointer that's located right behind you, propped up there? If you could, do you see it on the back wall?
Oh.
If you could just stand and show us which house is 18 and which house is 20.
This is 18.
Sal doesn't
Okay,
really
that's
think
measuring
about
type?
DDs.
Yes.
He think about peens a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
You have no further questions.
Amsterdam has a lot of those too. What? She's been in.
Yeah, can you?
I have a few questions for you. First of all, is it fair to say that when you entered and exited the house at 18 Martin Street, that you did so with that side breezeway door?
Yes,
Okay. And did you put any booties on or anything to protect your feet before you entered?
I did not.
Did you see anyone else doing that?
I did not.
And
Booties.
did the door that you entered, that seemed to be the door everybody was sort of entering and exiting that night?
I can't speak for everybody else. I know that's the door that I entered and then who exited at one point.
Do you remember previously testifying that you thought it was the door everybody was entering and exiting that night?
From my recollection, it was the people that I know when I got there that entered and then exited.
Okay. But do you remember previously testifying that it seemed that everyone was going in and out of that
I
door?
don't know what I meant by everyone, but yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you
I
remember being
love
asked the
that you
question
just have the evidence ready to
about
go.
that door and you say, that seemed to be the door that everyone was going in and out of, correct? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct examination as to taking Cara into the bathroom to take her clothes. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't object at all to taking her clothes, right?
No.
Okay. And it was something that Trooper McGarrigan told you to do, right?
Yes.
And he ordered you to accompany her into the bathroom to take her clothes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that bathroom's fairly small. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was just you and Cara in there. Is that right?
Yes.
And you saw her remove her clothes, right?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. And that included her underwear.
I don't recall the underwear.
No.
I don't.
You don't recall her being naked?
Yes.
Okay. You recall her
Oh.
being naked. You were about 2 to 3 feet from her. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had ample opportunity to
Spicy,
view her
huh?
body. Is that correct?
This
More spicy than the Jody.
But the situation wasn't
areas
conducive to really
phone
seeing her
sex.
entire body at any one
Yeah.
time.
Was she trying to hide anything from you?
No.
Okay. So if you didn't, I'm not asking you whether you examined her,
Okay.
but I'm asking you, did she attempt to hide anything from you?
No.
Okay. And
I wondered.
Thank you, Fed.
you were standing right there as she took off her clothes, right?
Maybe that's why everybody
That
thought
room
she's
is pretty small, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, she was completely naked, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now you remember completely naked.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So she took
Yes.
off her
Oh,
underwear
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
and she took off her bra
Yes.
and she was standing there completely naked.
Yes.
And when she was standing there completely naked, you didn't notice any bruises on her, right?
I did not.
And you didn't notice any blood on her, right?
I did not.
Okay.
You would think if
And
you strangle somebody, you're going to have marks. That's what I was just thinking about. I don't even know why that didn't come to my mind. But
Well,
if you're in an altercation with somebody, wouldn't you think?
okay. Yeah, I'll one up you there.
Okay.
So you get in an argument, push someone down some stairs, and while they're unconscious, you climb on top of them and finish them off. How
And
many
that-
marks are you going to have on you from that?
Exactly. I mean, it could go either way. Exactly. They haven't really, that's the whole thing too, is they haven't determined like what exactly happened. All they know is she was found in the basement, and they assume it was from being strangled, like, is the cause of death. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it could go
Yeah.
either way.
It
You know?
could. Yeah, I would think that if you're in like if I was in a argument with Baker, I'm sure that I would end up with some bruises somewhere on me. As compared to if I was in an argument with my wife, I would probably move so fast that she wouldn't even know what hit her. Because one, her size, she's really small, but you're also looking at two women. From what I can tell, is you got a smaller one going after a larger one. I just find it, unless she just caught her way off balance to cause something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
where the stairs are with the basement, so it's like you walk in the front door, there's a small little landing, and the basement's right directly down there. So it would be like she would have to be standing right there with your arguing to just push her down the. So I guess the position of where their basement is,
Right.
that also kind of boggles me, because it's like she would literally have to be standing directly there, and it's kind of an odd spot to stand if you're talking to somebody, I guess.
Yeah, and especially if you're, I don't know, that just seems really weird. Like maybe there wasn't an argument, maybe it was just a quick push down the stairs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Women can be very vindictive.
but
That's all
but
I'm
again,
saying is
we did the alternate theory that one of the three other persons in all of her relationships showed up. The other wife, because she was angry her husband gave her the credit cards. The guy with the credit cards, because he was angry she ran up a lot of debt. Or her lover. And there's, because the house is kind of built like you have the stairs down to the basement here, then a small landing here, and you have a door here.
right. So the door would have to be open.
There was some marks on the frame of the door. She was allegedly sleeping in the house. She comes out to check because she was not fully dressed when she's lying in the bed. And she sees someone out there with a crowbar trying to jimmy the door and says, "What the F are you doing?" And because she's an angry, just woken up person, she slams open the door and push from someone out there down the stairs, drags her a bit away from the stairs to get on top of her. That's a way better explanation than you are having an argument in a small landing and then pushing her, because she's a smaller woman, she's a bigger woman. How do you get momentum to move her?
Or how about you take the one with their arm up and turn them around the other way?
Yeah, and club her in the back of the head with a frying pan.
She just gets pushed down the stairs from there.
And like the position she was in was it was literally just laying on her back.
So how did they find strangulation marks, and have they proven there were strangulation marks?
They found some marks on the side of the neck. But
okay, so they just found marks on the side of her neck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it could have been a hickey.
See it and you could see it internally too, that there was bruising in the tissue.
Okay. I'm just curious. What if she was carrying a can of paint down the stairs, slid down the stairs, and went thump, 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 thump down the stairs and spilled
no, because you have the stairs going up here, and she's lying here. So that it's kind of weird the way, but
yeah, she is off
again,
so it's not like directly at the bottom.
It's not like she fell down the stairs, but they had a lot of clutter in this area too. So she could have fallen down, bounced off of that. Cara was sitting with her when the EMTs arrived, so she could have dragged her without knowing it. She could have spilled the paint. It's just they haven't proven anything yet.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing any proof that she did this.
No.
And they showed the crime scene photo, so we got to see what she looked like, what position, what it all looked like. I mean,
I'm seeing, possible motive, but there's also possible motive from a lot of other people too.
Yeah, because they had evidence that she was like, Cara claims they argued before she left the house for a couple hours so she could get some sleep because she was working third shift. And they had evidence that her phone was in her bed. The bed like looked sleeped in. So it's possible somebody could have came and woken her up. And then if you go to that door, like we said, with the landing, the stairs are right there. So if somebody came and had an altercation with her, could have easily pushed her down the stairs and done what they did. So,
Or what if someone was already there with her in bed and got up and wasn't happy with her performance or something?
And was trying to leave because they had made an arrangement that I'm going to get Cara out of the house at 2, be here at 2:15. She won't be home till at least 7. I really want to ride that meat wagon.
Jesus Christ.
And as she tries, and they get into an argument because when are you going to leave your wife? You told me you're going to leave your wife. Everyone have heard that one before. She turns around at the door because she grabs her arm, pushes her. I can explain 100 different ways this could happen.
100 different ways, but you've got to have some proof of one of them.
Yeah, and they have just as much proof of their theory as I do. Oh my freaking fuck!
Don't burn your bread.
No, my football, stupid. Well, the defendant looked kind of like an old librarian today.
She kind of looks
the
same.
Hey, expert raiders.
Expert raid. Hey, how's it
Hey
going?
guys.
Welcome all. Thank you for sending them over, expert. And we're just about, hopefully, about to finish up with. Yeah, coming in right in time to see us finish this witness, and then we will come back in the afternoon for the afternoon section. That came out wrong. Session. So yeah.
When she went into the bedroom,
Right
so
next
when
to
she's
the
naked
body
in
on
the
the right
bathroom,
side.
she walks down the hall of her house naked to her bedroom. Is that what happens?
Yes, but it's not a very far distance from the bathroom to the bedroom.
Okay.
Very short.
And just to be clear, you didn't.
Everyone who's not already, go subscribe to the expert, the handsomest man on the internet.
See any abrasions that caught your attention? Is that right?
No.
Okay. And if you had seen abrasions, you would have made note of it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't make any notes that there were any abrasions on her body anyway.
Correct.
Okay. And there was nothing in your notes regarding any blood underneath her clothing. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't notice any blood on her or any blood coming out of her nose. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. And Cara didn't resist in any way. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay. And I think you described her as fairly cooperative. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct examination about going across the street to 20 Barton Street. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually wrote a report in this case. Is that right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall writing a report?
No.
It's the 4th time you're doing this trial. You must have seen your report before.
I know, like these people are pissing me off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember. You've done this 4 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that your report?
Yeah.
So the last trial, you don't remember this either.
After this incident, is
Yeah.
that right?
It's just.
Okay.
It's just annoying that they
After
try
I
to
read
pull
that,
these
does it refresh
tricks.
your memory as to whether or not
A police
you
officer
interviewed,
not writing a report. It doesn't
Roy
happen.
Dupuy, who lived at the house at 20 Barton Street?
From reviewing that, yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that he said that Cara came over around 7:15 and said Ian was in the basement and to call 911. That's in your report, is that right?
I recall him saying they called 911 or to call 911.
Well, your report's a little more than that, doesn't it, ma'am?
I'm still going by memory.
Okay. I want you to read your report and see.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you wrote in your report that, sorry, want to get it right.
Also, this
That
being
Cara
the
told him that
5th
Ian
time
was in
we
the
showed
basement
it to
and
you,
called
so
911.
Yeah.
Yeah.
maybe you remember now.
Okay. And he said Cara seemed
Did
distressed.
you watch the
pretty
first
upset,
couple
is
of
that right?
What he
witnesses?
states, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
They
I saw
couldn't
the first couple. Yeah.
And
They were
There's
sitting
nothing in your
reading it and
report
couldn't
about
remember anything they
or the police
wrote
saying
in
it was
anything.
domestic, right?
Couldn't have been them.
No, I don't believe so.
And he never in fact told you it was a domestic, right?
I don't recall that, no.
Well, if he said it, it would have been in your report, right?
Yes,
And it's not in your report, right?
correct.
Okay. And then you mentioned on direct examination that you saw Gary Kohler at the scene, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Michael Pandora?
Yes,
And Michael Pandora is one of the interviews that you were actually at, is that right?
yes.
And when Michael Pandora gave you a statement, do you remember him saying that Ann was trying to figure out a way to stop the divorce?
Objection.
Sidebar.
We're gonna argue and go to lunch. It's one of the long ones.
So do you have a memory of the interview of Michael Pandora?
No,
I'm just going to ask you to focus on the second.
No,
last
she looks like a
paragraph
moth.
in this report.
this is not my report.
This is the interview that you were at.
I was at, but I did not write this report.
Right. I'm not asking if you wrote it. You were there, and I'm asking you questions about it.
Okay,
And you were there. Can you read that paragraph to yourself, please?
which
ma'am?
one?
The second to last paragraph on that page?
Several months after.
No,
that-
to yourself.
Oh,
Yeah, and why don't you just do it? Why do you have to be combative with the defense? It just makes it seem like you're trying to cover something. Every witness have been combative, and Porcupine has hit them with the hammer each and every time. Really don't get it.
And they're just trying to
Yeah,
look
that's
like
how
they
you got that
have no
paragraph.
idea what she's talking about.
Does it
Yeah,
refresh your memory
And she's
as to whether or not
when she hit the first witness
Michael Pandora
with
told you
his prior statements,
and
the defense should have said,
Trooper
"Don't play that
Restraining,
trick. We
is the
look
one
shady
interviewing?
when you do that."
that Anne Marie Rintala wanted to stop the divorce.
it does not.
Does it refresh your memory?
No,
I mean, did you read the whole thing?
I did.
Okay. So this part right here,
Yes.
did you read that paragraph?
Yes, but I don't recall the interview.
You don't recall the
I
interview?
do not.
Oh,
Oh,
of course.
Well, you know you're
Jesus.
gonna be testifying here today, right?
Yes,
Okay. And
So now you're going to play
you
stupid.
know you're gonna be asked about what you did in the investigation,
Yeah,
right?
and then we can't
Yes.
get it in.
Okay, so you remember everything about that night, everything that Cara said, but you don't remember this interview, is that right?
I never stated I knew everything. And no, I did not write that report or to have I review that report.
So take your time to review it, man. Review the whole thing. Maybe that'll bring it back to you.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not going to remember it.
Well, you don't even know, you haven't tried.
Objection.
Yeah, this is
I'll permit this witness to take a look at the entire report. If it doesn't jog her memory, it doesn't jog her memory. She can.
I bet
State
it
as
won't
much.
jog her memory.
oh, of course it won't. Anything that would exonerate doesn't jog any memory.
It's amazing how they
I'm
never.
surprised that the judge is even allowing this.
He's getting. I liked him in the beginning, and now he's just getting. Yeah, I don't. If he's getting weak or if he's.
I
And
mean,
he
if I was a
knows-
judge, I would just say, get this witness off of here, and you bring, prosecution. You want to bring another witness in that's gonna do this crap.
All
Just
of
know
them,
that I'm gonna hold him under perjury because that's all that it is.
yeah, all
Yeah.
of them have been doing this. This is the sad part. She's showing them reports and testimony that they made, and they're like, I don't know.
I don't remember this.
I don't remember
Refresh
that.
your memory as to the interview with Michael Pandora on March 30th, 2010 at about 14:34 hours.
It does not.
It doesn't,
No.
okay? Do you ever remember learning in the course of your involvement in this investigation that Anne Marie Rintala wanted to stop the divorce proceedings?
Yes,
When did you learn that?
probably around the time of when we responded to the call on the 26th of May.
Okay. And so you knew that before this incident, is that fair to
I
say?
have to go take my food out the oven.
I don't recall
Okay.
when exactly.
But do you know whether or not your police department or the state police did anything to investigate the steps that Anne Marie Rintala took to stop the divorce proceedings?
I don't.
You know, were you assigned to do anything to investigate Anne Marie Rintala's wish to stop the divorce proceedings?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of you being present when Cara Rintala was interviewed, you remember that testimony and direct examination? You were present,
I was present, yes.
right? Okay. And you took some notes, right?
I don't recall taking notes, no.
You know,
I don't.
has no one showed you your notes before today?
Oh my God.
Let me ask you a question. Do you remember Cara Rintala being asked if anyone would want to hurt Anne, and her saying the name Paul Michelson, who's having an argument or some ongoing altercation with Anne Marie Rintala?
No.
And take a look at these notes. Tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Hey, Twisted. Long time no see.
Hi, Bunny.
Hey, Bunny.
How are you?
Those appear to be your notes.
They are not.
They're not your notes.
No. It's
Okay.
My name's not even spelled right on that.
So do you remember during Cara Rintala's interview mentioning this name, Paul Michelson?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember ever being assigned to investigate a Paul Michelson at all?
No.
Did anyone ever ask you to investigate Paul Michelson?
No.
Is Paul Michelson Cara's boyfriend?
I don't know if that's-
Yeah, no, I thought his name was Mike, but I could be wrong.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
How long will you break for?
I mean, even the court reporter is just, oh my gosh.
So it's almost 1 o'clock. Going to take our lunch break. I have a few quick matters at 2 o'clock that I have to attend to. I apologize for that, but I am the only Superior Court judge who sits in this county. Only one judge sits at a time, and we've done our best to reschedule all the things, but there are a few things I need to address. So I'm going to give you a longer lunch break and ask that you be back here for 2:30.
Yeah. After Rosemary gets a hold of them, all of them look like they are very defeated.
Yeah. And this morning they have absolutely proven nothing other than they were in a strain. There was some strains in their relationship, which we knew. They were going through a divorce, which we knew. And at the scene of the murder, she was totally compliant and relaxed, didn't have any blood on her, didn't do anything, didn't try to hide anything. And she's clearly guilty.
Mhm.
I have to do this and I have to do that.
Well,
But-
they haven't proven anything except for their utter incompetence of actually being able to read or write a report or remember what they wrote in a report, even whenever they're shown what they wrote in a report
I know.
or what they previously testified about. I mean, it looks to me like they have no clue about any of this stuff. I mean, it just shows how competent the police department is in this situation. Boy, I would really want this detective checking out, my death. Gosh.
Yeah, then you can be sure that it will probably not be the right one going down. It's McBarkison who flops DES.
Yeah.
But we will pick this up again in an hour when court is back. Everyone, I linked Shizzy's channel in the chat. Everyone go watch him. He does a lot of
Weird shit.
different stuff. He prints 3D stuff and puts on word games. I like to play. You haven't done some in a long time, but
That's
and
coming up later this week.
that's good. And there's a lot of new people here after the expert rated us. Thank you, expert. If you haven't watched this trial, it's a murder case with it's the first lesbian murder case of a spouse, because it was right after they got the marriage, I believe. Hey, Gigi. Allegedly, she killed her wife. They haven't really established why. Maybe she was mad. Maybe she looked at her wrong. We don't know why. And they figured she was the one. They didn't look into the wife's other girlfriend, the wife's boyfriend who had a wife, or the defendant's boyfriend. None of these people was really looked into. So it's a crazy case, and hopefully a lot of you people, all 59 of you, will be back at 2:30 when we are going to pick it up again. Are you coming back, Shishi?
Yeah, I can come back.
Oh, nice, Jamie. I can't do it without you.
I know.
Jamie.
And we might have a Mexican law show joining us as well.
Nice.
Aw, I miss him.
Yeah, he's traveling all the time.
He needs to stop traveling so much.
Hey,
Yeah.
travel is great.
Spend more time with his second family.
Yeah.
His real second family.
Real second family.
And today hasn't been really interesting for the usual whiteboard cover, but because of Lefty's probably not here anymore because he's streaming, this was what happened to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God! You did not.
I'm sorry to all of you who are new here. I'm kind of stupid, so I draw stuff during cases, but
don't you believe it for a second? Don't you believe it for a second, ladies? Broken Baker is awesome. He's one of the best looking men on the YouTubes, besides the expert, of course, because we all know the expert's the prettiest man out there.
Yeah, he's the prettiest, coolest guy on the internet. But I'll have to go eat my lasagna, put up a new stream. We'll be back in just about an hour. Hope to see all of you back here. And now it's starting to thunder. I hope I'll have internet in an hour.
Better.
Thank you all for showing up. And please do all the YouTube thing, like, subscribe, and see you later.